possible.
Council. Welcome along to my channel. In just under an hour's time, we are going to be live at Basildon Council, where we will be debating the budget and the council tax. This is the most important night in the municipal year for the council. This is the night when we're going to put forward our plans and tell you how we are going to fund them. We'll also hear from the opposition parties, what their alternative plans are and how they would go about funding things differently if they were in charge. We're going to be talking about lots of things, from fixing the bins to regenerating our town centres, building homes for local people, making our communities safer, backing Basildon businesses and delivering on local government reorganisation, as well as lots and lots of other things to benefit all 5 towns of the Basildon Borough. So stay tuned. As we go along, we will be making this as interactive as possible so you can keep up to date with exactly what is being debated, where and when. As always, please do leave your comments in the comment sections underneath. And if you enjoy this, if you think that this is a worthwhile exercise, if it is making your understanding of what is going on at Basildon Council easier and more understandable for you, then please also put your comments in the comment section as well. I'm going to be back at 7:30 in the council chamber, ready to deliver the budget for 2026-2027. Join me then.
Show anything. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Basildon. For most Londoners, it's a place you pass by on the way to Southend. An overspill new town just off the A127. Population 80,000.
It's the fastest growing town in Essex, but local MP David Amos reckons you need a map if you're Basildon bound.
You only have to look around you now. Basildon is going to be the centre of Essex. Many, many people want to come here.
On the 4th of January, 1949, from fields of mud and wartime dust, a promise rose. Bold, brick by brick. A promise to ordinary people, to us.
London. At the end of the last war, this city had a massive housing problem. Over 150,000 families in desperate need of homes. One solution was to move a large part of the population away from the smoky, noisy and crowded capital out into newly created communities where they could live, work and play in healthy surroundings. This is how our town of Basildon in Essex was born, one of 8 new towns created by the government in the 1940s.
Basildon, a new town for a new Britain.
Let us all join together now in one more great effort, this time for victory over scarcity. We showed the world what we could do during the war. Let's show it again now. Let's pull together for prosperity.
Forged in the spirit of Attlee's disciples, men and women who'd seen the cost of chaos and chose instead to build hope.
Basildon, a space-age look for a long-established institution.
Here, they worked. Here, they built. Factories roared, hammers sang, and mothers mended uniforms, fathers fixed engines. And the children, they grew up with grit in their veins.
It is not the early pioneers who, during their lifetime, will reap the full benefit of the new town experiment. This will fall on the young people in the schools or those who use the playgrounds today.
Basildon wasn't fancy, it wasn't polished, but it was real. And in its hum and heartbeat came the sound of something different, a new culture, a new voice. From this town of grafters came Depeche Mode and Alison Moyet. Basildon's own poetry and synth and soul. From its playground and pitches came Premier League footballers who learned to fight for every inch of turf.
And lazy end-of-season marking left Justin Edinburgh a free shot. His first ever league goal.
We built the technology that took Attenborough's blue planet to the world. Yes, Basildon, not London, Basildon. Behind the lens that made the planet gasp. We are the largest economy in Essex. The largest on the Thames after Canary Wharf. And yet too often, we've been treated like we're still the poor cousin down the A13.
Unkind people might say there are no road signs to Basildon because nobody wants to come here.
I know that that couldn't be further from the truth.
But Basildon people don't moan, we move. We graft. We play by the rules. We do our bit. And yes, we've been tired. We've seen promises fade like old paint. We've watched the town centre crumble, while others got the shine and the spend. But something's stirring again. You can feel it. In the cranes above the town centre. In the laughter spilling from the new Weatherspoons. in the sound of drills and rhythm of renewal. A town once built by hand is being rebuilt by heart, by a council that finally gets it. But this place doesn't need charity, it needs belief. We are the children of Attlee's dream, grown tired of being overlooked. We're the sons and daughters of makers, of doers, of dreamers in overalls. And as 2026 dawns, we rise again. Basildon, reborn, reformed, ready to stand on our own 2 feet. A town of visionaries and vision, of families that stay and futures worth fighting for. Because this is Basildon. Not a name on a map, but a movement of people. A town that never gives up. A promise that never dies. Basildon, a new town for a new Britain.
Towns are about people and must be built for people. It is they who will one day claim, with genuine pride, that Basildon is their town.
So welcome along to my channel. In just under an hour's time, we are going to be live at Basildon Council, where we will be debating the budget and the council tax. This is the most important night in the municipal year for the council. This is the night when we're going to put forward our plans and tell you how we are going to fund them. We'll also hear from the opposition parties, what their alternative plans are and how they would go about funding things differently if they were in charge. We're going to be talking about lots of things, from fixing the bins to regenerating our town centres, building homes for local people, making our communities safer, backing Basildon businesses and delivering on local government reorganisation, as well as lots and lots of other things to benefit all 5 towns of the Basildon Borough. So stay tuned. As we go along, we will be making this as interactive as possible so you can keep up to date with exactly what is being debated, where and when. As always, please do leave your comments in the comment sections underneath. And if you enjoy this, if you think that this is a worthwhile exercise, if it is making your understanding of what is going on at Basildon Council easier and more understandable for you, then please also put your comments in the comment section as well. I'm going to be back at 7:30 in the council chamber, ready to deliver the budget for 2026-2027. Join me then.
made this happen, and that is something to be incredibly proud of. Thank you so much.
in the room that has brought people from across Basildon together and people from beyond Basildon who are making such an important contribution to the future of this town.
We're developing a hospital in the Eastgate, and that's really about developing the whole centre, and it's really inspiring to know there's that much support for Basildon as a town.
Tonight really culminates a lot of that good work, especially having the Housing Minister here to show the seriousness of the project and how well backed it is from a central government point of view.
The biggest revelation for me today has really been around how we're going to get things done.
I think it's been really, really exciting today to see all the different stakeholders come together, all the different kind of people in the room that you need to do effective placemaking.
You could sense the energy, and I think what Gavin and the team are seeking to do here and what they've already started to do is paying dividends. So to be part of that process as a major house builder, I think is really positive.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. trying to protect your soul.
Hi everyone, this is Councillor Gavin Callaghan, the leader of Basildon Council. Welcome along to my channel. In just under an hour's time, we are going to be live at Basildon Council, where we will be debating the budget and the council tax. This is the most important night in the municipal year for the council. This is the night when we're going to put forward our plans and tell you how we are going to fund them. We'll also hear from the opposition parties what their alternative plans are and how they would go about funding things differently if they were in charge. We're going to be talking about lots of things, from fixing the bins to regenerating our town centres, building homes for local people, making our communities safer, backing Basildon businesses, and delivering on local government reorganisation, as well as lots and lots of other things to benefit all 5 towns of the Basildon Borough. So stay tuned. As we go along, we will be making this as interactive as possible so you can keep up to date with exactly what is being debated, where and when. As always, please do leave your comments in the comment sections underneath. And if you enjoy this, if you think that this is a worthwhile exercise, if it is making your understanding of what is going on at Basildon Council easier and more understandable for you, then please also put your comments in the comment section as well. I'm going to be back at 7:30 in the council chamber, ready to deliver the budget for 2026-2027. Join me then.
the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand.
The best part of the job is just like the camera, the people that we work for, clearing up the borough, the people that you meet, the residents, get to have a run about, so yeah, it's good. Yeah, I enjoy it.
Most days we have a big laugh. If it's not Dan, it's Jay. If it's not them two, it's me. It's more just sort of saying something funny, seeing something funny maybe, and just seeing the light in things really, and sort of making a positive out of things that might be a negative, or you know what I mean, sort of just making the best out of every day and making each other laugh and getting on with the job really.
It's just being in the community for me, you know what I mean? It's like, I know people do different things. I couldn't work in a factory, I couldn't work behind a desk. I mean, this is my desk, the lorry, and I just enjoy driving around the street, talking to people and being in the fresh air. That's what does it for me. I think it was about 8:30, and there was an old lady sitting on their doorstep, shaking and shivering, and I went over to ask what was wrong, and she'd been locked out. She put her rubbish out and the door blown in front of her. We managed to climb through a window, walk through the house, open the door, and that made my day, you know, helping people, and I think that's one of the best things I've ever done, I think. Being here, helping somebody, and it takes one good person out of 100 bad people to make your day.
My channel. In just under an hour's time, we are going to be live at Basildon Council, where we will be debating the budget and the council tax. This is the most important night in the municipal year for the council. This is the night when we're going to put forward our plans and tell you how we are going to fund them. We'll also hear from the opposition parties what their alternative plans are and how they would go about funding things differently if they were in charge. We're going to be talking about lots of things, from fixing the bins to regenerating our town centres, building homes for local people, making our communities safer, backing Basildon businesses, and delivering on local government reorganisation, as well as lots and lots of other things to benefit all 5 towns of the Basildon Borough. So stay tuned. As we go along, we will be making this as interactive as possible so you can keep up to date with exactly what is being debated, where and when. As always, please do leave your comments in the comment sections underneath. And if you enjoy this, if you think that this is a worthwhile exercise, if it is making your understanding of what is going on at Basildon Council easier and more understandable for you, then please also put your comments in the comment section as well. I'm going to be back at 7:30 in the council chamber, ready to deliver the budget for 2026-2027. Join me then.
Good evening, members. Welcome to this full council meeting on the 12th of February 2026. Fire evacuation procedure. There is no fire drill planned, so if the fire alarm sounds, please follow the committee staff and leave by the exit nearest the large screen at the front of the room and proceed down the fire exit to the courtyard. Once it is safe to return, councillors will receive a text message. Officers will also advise when it is safe to return to the meeting. Webcasting. We are recording the meeting this evening. The webcast will be transmitted live on the council's YouTube channel and will also be available on the council's website. Generally, the public seating areas are not filmed. However, by entering St George's Suite and using the public seating area, you are consenting to being filmed and to the possible use of those images and sound recordings for webcasting and training purposes. Housekeeping. Before we begin this evening's meeting, I'd like to remind members to engage respectfully with one another and to address your speeches to me as the Mayor. Members are reminded that they are only permitted to record meetings that are actually in session at the time of recording. There is no right to record before or after the meeting, during breaks or adjournments. Although this is not a requirement, any member wishing to film or audio record a meeting was requested to inform the committee and member services team manager in advance of the meeting. Please also note that the Mayor has the authority to require filming or recording to stop if it disrupts the meeting. Item number 1, apologies for absence. We've received an apology from Councillor Shields. Are there any other apologies for absence? Councillor Brockman.
Yeah, apologies from Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Councillor Blake.
Apologies from Councillor Richard Moore.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you can't see me, I think I've been overdosing on Monjaro. Councillor Vale Robbins is not here tonight.
Thank you very much. Any more apologies for absence? Thank you very much. Item number 2, declarations of interest. Before I seek declarations of interest, I wish to draw to members' attention to the advice I've received from the Councillor's Monitoring Officer that in relation to item 7 of the agenda, when we consider the report on the budget and council tax, the Joint Standards Committee endorsed blanket dispensations in relation to those members' interest as a council taxpayer or leaseholder for the purposes of these reports. Therefore, members do not need to make any formal declaration of interest on these items. Are there any other further declarations of interest to be made by members? Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Apart from being an Essex County Councillor, I am a member of a committee of a community hall within my ward.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I accept all the on-block or the county councillor. Are there any other declarations of interest? Councillor Hammond.
Yeah, I'd like to declare that I'm also on a committee for a community hall in Shotgate.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hammond. Councillor Sargent.
I too am on a committee for a community building.
Councillor Myers.
Yeah, the same, also on a committee for a community building.
Are there any other declarations of interest? Thank you. Item 3, the minutes. Do I have your agreement that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 20th of November 25 and the extraordinary council meeting held on the 29th of January are a true and correct record? I hope to seek general consent of the meeting rather than hold a formal vote. Yeah. Thank you. Item number 4, announcements. Are there any announcements from the Deputy Mayor? No. Leader of the Council, Cabinet members? Any of the planning, licensing, audit and risk appointments or appeals committees? Councillor Larkin.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to make an announcement, which I tried to at the last council meeting, which is about the major appeal performance for planning. I would like to thank all of our planners for an excellent work and all of our planning committee, as we have now been given a clean bill of health. We are now out of the red without us in fear of the government or anyone recommending to remove planning from our portfolio. Just well done to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Larkin. Any announcements from the Chief Executive? No. Thank you. Item number 5, petitions. We've received no petitions. Item number 6, you'll see it on your agenda, actions taken in response to motions agreed at previous meeting. This report is to be received without debate. Okay. Item number 7, the full general fund and HRA budgets and council tax setting 2026-27. As has happened in previous years, due to the nature of this item, I intend to allow the Leader of the Council and Group Leaders a little additional time to speak this evening. I shall therefore allow the Cabinet Member for Finance and Strategy 20 minutes, although if he wants to take more time, I will allow that to introduce the report, and each group member 10 minutes to speak on the main item. All other speeches will be timed to 5 minutes per speaker. Councillor Callaghan will then have 10 minutes to wind up at the end of the debate. I am aware that there may be amendments to propose. These will be circulated just before the break. They will be moved and dealt with when we reconvene. Speeches will be timed at 5 minutes per speaker, including any member moving an amendment. I shall call on the Cabinet Member for Finance and Strategy to introduce the report shortly, following which I will allow the debate. At the appropriate time, we shall then take a break as we normally do. I intend that this break should be for 20 minutes to enable amendments to the budget to be shared with all members of the Council and for them to be considered during the adjournment. Immediately after the break, we shall reconvene to deal with the amendments. Okay. I now call upon Councillor Callaghan, the Cabinet Member for Finance and Strategy, to present the report. You do not require a seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let us begin tonight with the facts. This budget is balanced. The Council's financial position is strong, and the 3-year funding settlement from the Labour government has been transformational for Basildon. For the first time in years, we have certainty. Our core spending power now properly reflects need. We have guaranteed growth in resources, we have stability in planning services, and crucially, we can act early rather than firefight late. In fair funding terms, Basildon is now performing as one of the strongest shire district councils in the country. That didn't happen by accident. It happened because we have a government that is willing to invest in the areas that need it the most, and an administration with the plan to deliver the change the residents want. Mr. Mayor, I want to place on record my thanks to the Section 151 officer, Tina French, and all of her team for their hard work in preparing this budget and for the support they gave members of the opposition to prepare their alternatives. Mr. Mayor, the budget is balanced. It has been to overview and scrutiny and then to cabinet. It has been checked and triple checked. You could say that the only thing missing is a DBS check. Our budget is responsible, robust, but above all, it is ambitious. People across our borough want change, a rapid move away from the managed decline of the last 25 years under the Billericay Tories. This budget delivers that change faster than we've seen before. In our first full year in charge, we achieved an enormous amount. We fixed the bins. We ran 6 crunch weekends. We secured 172 million of private investment for Basildon. We created the investment partnership. We secured funding for the £55 million NHS Community Diagnostic Centre. We passed long-delayed planning applications for a supermarket in Wickford. We introduced community safety wardens in Basildon and Wickford. We installed new play equipment and funded modern youth services. We opened the View Cinema. We welcomed Wetherspoons. The Eastgate is coming back to life. We created the Basildon Construction Academy. We ran more Pathways jobs fairs than ever before. We delivered the largest skills show in the borough's history. We submitted the business case for local government reorganisation. We passed planning applications for over 2,000 brand new homes in the borough. We built more than 150 new council homes and acquired another 150, alongside a further 350 housing completions for private rent and sale. We moved nearly every family with children out of long-term temporary accommodation and into permanent homes. We held the borough's first ever first-time buyer event. We launched the Women's Safety Forum. We turned the streetlights back on all night. We took more enforcement action on antisocial behaviour and drugs than at any time since before COVID. We secured over £40 million in government grant through the Pride of Place funding for Chalverdon and Lee Chapel North. And yes, we sacked Morgan Sindel after years of systemic failure. Mr. Mayor, that is real achievement with real benefits for residents across all 5 towns of our borough. And because of the decisions we took 12 months ago in our budget, residents can see for themselves that Basildon is getting better. But we should also be honest. You cannot undo 25 years of drift, decay and badly managed decline in just 18 months. The Billericay Tories left structural problems. They caused systemic weakness. They created town centres without direction. This budget is the next step in putting that right. So my commitment to the public tonight is simple. This administration is laser focused on making all 5 towns better. Where money is available, we will use it to make people's lives easier. Because I know that the cost of living still hurts. Private rents are still too high. Energy bills are still crippling. Home ownership feels out of reach for too many. Too many systems feel unfair. Too many men are struggling silently. We see it, we hear it, and this budget responds to it. Starting with this. Next year, there will not be a penny more charged on the Basildon Borough Council tax. That means administrations that I have led have now passed 5 budgets, and in 3 of them, we have frozen the council tax. Lower taxes, better services, a council that listens. That is our record. And Mr. Mayor, we promised to clean up this borough, because nothing tells you more about whether a council is competent than whether it can do the basics. And for years under the Billericay Tories, the basics collapsed. The bin collection system was wrecked, not by accident, but by design. Missed collections became normal, confusion became policy, and residents were routinely treated like second-class citizens. This administration didn't accept it, and Councillor McGurran, the king of the bins, didn't accept it either. He fixed it. And so not to be taken for granted, because we know that what they will do on that side of the chamber in an instant. This year, we will continue investing almost £2 million a year to keep weekly black bin collection. For a third year running, the crunch weekends will continue. We will install over 200 brand new bins across 5 towns. We will bring forward plans for 500 new parking spaces on estates, so residents aren't forced to park on grass verges that end up looking like ploughed fields. We will protect our parks. We are applying for our first ever green flag status, beginning in Northlands Park and rolling out borough-wide. This May bank holiday, we will launch a brand new project called Picnic in the Park to encourage families to visit our local parks and enjoy the great outdoors in our borough. We are also working with Keep Britain Tidy to ensure our record investment in pride and cleansing delivers visible improvements. Mr. Mayor, decline is not inevitable. It is the result of political choices, and this administration is continuing to choose differently. Residents want town centres that work. Regeneration isn't just cranes and concrete, it is economic strategy. That's why we spent 18 months analysing spending patterns, travel behaviour, footfall, and Basildon's role in the South Essex economy. In Leamden, Lidl opens within weeks. That is the first meaningful regeneration there in 30 years, held back for decades by the Billericay Tories, delivered by this administration. In Pitsea, the £55 million NHS Community Diagnostic Centre will bring 200,000 visits a year. That has to now be to the wider economic benefit of the town. So we are commissioning a full master plan of Pitsea's future. In Wickford, I have been very clear. The town has gone backwards since I first moved there with my family in 2004. Last year, we promised to get the old Wickford police station back into use, and I am pleased to say we are close to agreeing a deal with the Wickford Town Council for the old police station to become a Wickford Town Hall and Museum, home to all of the essential services and community groups for Wickford. And I want to say thank you to the Wickford Town councillors, the clerk and Councillor Alan Ball for the constructive way in which they are working with the council to get this over the line. And yes, we also saw a planning consent for more flats and a budget supermarket passed this year in Wickford. Mr. Mayor, I am honest, I did not like it then, I do not like it much now. But here is the lesson. When councils vacate the pitch and leave regeneration entirely to the private sector without a master plan or a local plan, poor outcomes follow. So let me say this clearly. We will CPO the old Wickford Co-op site. The Tories squandered the chance on that site to deliver a Morrison's. They wanted to settle for a cheap Asda. That was Mark Francois's plan. But we have bigger plans for Wickford. The supermarket needs to put Wickford on the map and act as a catalyst for wider economic growth. That is why we have been working hard behind the scenes to deliver something better, something truly British and iconic, something that holds a royal warrant. Mr. Mayor, I am proud to announce tonight that my administration is in the final negotiations to open the first ever Wickford Waitrose. What's good enough for Billericay is good enough for Wickford. Mr. Mayor, we won't stop there either, because let me tell you, on the Wickford Waitrose site, no flats will be included either. And we will continue in Wickford. We're going to bring paddle courts to the town centre, and we've reopened discussions with Wetherspoons about resurrecting their plans from before the pandemic. Wickford deserves ambition, not Billericay Tory leftovers or Reform's incoherent mumblings on a video. After 30 years of right-wing failure, isn't it ironic it will be Labour that fixes Wickford? Mr Mayor, Basildon is now at the centre of one of the most ambitious regeneration programmes in the region. Westgate Phase 1 is entering demolition. Private capital is flowing again, 172 million into Orwell, 5 million into Wetherspoons. Audi signed and will open before Christmas at the Westgate. The boxing venue, podcast, the music studios launching. And in just a few weeks' time, we will submit planning for a 3,500-seater multi-purpose indoor arena, bringing 300,000 visits a year to our town. And it gets better, because I can also announce tonight that M&S Food will return to Basildon Town Centre as well. And they will take their home in the Eastgate alongside the hospital when Phase 1 opens later this year. I said I would bring M&S back to Basildon, and I am going to deliver it. On housing, we will continue to build homes for local Basildon people, putting the Basildon First Charter front and centre of everything we do. We will pass the local plan this year, and we will end 30 years of speculative development in our borough and finally guarantee the infrastructure we need. To that end, last year I was disappointed to see the NHS close the South Green GP surgery. I think that is a mistake to be closing GP surgeries anywhere at any time. And whilst I understand we have an acute issue with GP retirement ages across Essex, as well as an ageing GP estate, I think there is more that can be done. Last year, we passed a significant amount of housing developments for Billericay South. The need for a GP surgery, particularly to combat the inadequate service residents receive in Note Bridge, is important. Therefore, I am commissioning work with the planning team to bring forward a plan for a Billericay South health hub that will see the South Green GP surgery replaced with a fit-for-purpose health hub that can provide for existing and future demand. Look at their faces. We have submitted, Mr Mayor, plans to government to build 4,200 new council homes over the next decade, which will completely wipe the waiting list. Just consider, Mr Mayor, that 18 months ago, there was no credible pathway to clearing that waiting list. Now, thanks to the Labour government and a £39 billion investment in affordable housing, there is. But I know we cannot wait. So I am making an additional £10 million available in the housing revenue account to build and acquire more properties. That will mean that in 2026 alone, we will add 412 new council homes to the portfolio. That's 412 families off the list and moved into permanent homes. But, Mr Mayor, let's talk about Morgan Sindall, because we inherited a mess. In September 2024, Councillor Emma Callaghan led a forensic review into the decisions taken by Councillors Schrader and Baggett regarding the Morgan Sindall contract, particularly the downgrading of key performance indicators and the removal of the independent auditor who oversaw the contract and annual KPIs. What we found was illuminating. The contract governance was a disgrace. KPIs had been watered down, compliance was inconsistent, performance data was either missing, incomplete, or simply never presented to the council in a transparent way. Too much power sat in the hands of the contractor, too little control sat with the council. The result? Housing in disarray, tenants badly let down, standards slipping, and public confidence eroded. At an away day in September 2024, I told Morgan Sindall directly that they needed to raise their game dramatically, to communicate directly with our tenants, to provide robust and transparent data, and to upgrade the entire service. They did not listen. And the truth is this: housing still requires major open heart surgery. You do not repair structural failure with cosmetic tweaks. It would have been impossible to undo 10 years of poor governance in just 18 months, but turn it around we will. The Housing Improvement Board, established by Councillors Smith and Brown, is already strengthening oversight. Tenant representatives on that board are providing invaluable scrutiny and lived experience. The decision to bring the repairs contract back in-house is the right one. It restores democratic control, accountability and transparency. But housing still needs sustained senior leadership. That is why, under our new Executive Director, we will provide the operational focus, discipline and strategic direction required to fix the mess that was left behind, and this year we will invest £43 million into repairs. Because, Mr. Mayor, safe, well-maintained homes are not a luxury, they are a duty, and this administration takes that duty seriously. 2025 was our strongest ever year for enforcement action. Tougher action on drug dealing and those growing drugs in their own homes, stronger response to antisocial behaviour, wardens in Basildon and Wickford making a real difference. This year, we will invest a further £250,000 into community safety and a further £70,000 into women's safety initiatives. We will invest over £400,000 in Basildon Town Centre's street lighting and CCTV. And Mr. Mayor, after we introduced car parking charges last year, it is right that residents see that revenue reinvested in improvements to the car parks this year. So we will invest £30,000 to upgrade car park CCTV in Billericay and Wickford. Because safety matters, Mr. Mayor. And thanks to Labour's 3-year funding settlement for this council, we have stability. So let me address car parking directly. Last year, we introduced car parking charges in Billericay and Wickford. Not because we wanted to, but because we had to. We inherited a waste service with costs spiralling out of control. No long-term funding certainty, no financial stability, and no 3-year settlement to underpin responsible planning. The previous Conservative administration left us volatility, exposure and risk. Leadership means taking difficult decisions when the finances demand it. But today, the situation is different. Thanks to the Labour government that believes in properly funding local councils, we do now have the 3-year finance settlement. We have certainty, we have stability, and we are in a stronger position. On this side of the chamber, we are proud of our high streets and we are investing record numbers into regeneration. We are driving footfall, growth, jobs and confidence back into our town centres. And I said at the start of this speech, Mr. Mayor, where we can help residents with the cost of living, we will. That is why we are freezing the council tax, but tonight I can go further. Tonight I can announce that we will introduce 4 hours of free weekend car parking on a Saturday and Sunday at Billericay High Street, Wickford Main, Wickford Ladygate, Lake Meadows and the Westgate. Oh no, there you go. Mr. Mayor, I understand the challenges people are facing with parking at the Sporting Village. So I am going to amend the capital budget tonight to make money available to get on with the extension of the Sporting Village car park. Elsewhere, we will continue to protect the area committee budgets as well as investing in youth services, the half marathon and our cultural offer. And through the area committees and other funding announced, we will be investing over £200,000 into new play equipment at Wick Country Park, the paddocks in Langdon, and thanks to the lobbying of Councillor Kerry Smith, we will be reopening the pavilion at the Langdon Hills Way. Yeah! Mr. Mayor, this is the penultimate budget of Basildon Council, and in its current form, and over £120 million of the council tax that we will collect will disappear into a county council black hole. Residents live for years with the potholes that Councillor Barnes has only just discovered, while their money is being spent everywhere else. That is ending. We are preparing for new responsibilities with LGR, and it will mean a new customer contact centre, modernisation and prevention. And to support this work, I can announce tonight that we will launch a community governance review to give residents a direct say in how their communities are structured. LGR is about making Basildon residents far more powerful. But Mr. Mayor, I also want to use this budget to address some of the areas I know where we can go further and faster on. That is why tonight I am announcing Operation New Start. Because being a proud armed forces borough is not just about words on a website. It is about action. Operation New Start will establish a Veterans Advisory Board working directly with the Cabinet, ensuring that veterans' voices shape the decisions we take across housing, employment, well-being and community support. We will introduce a skills and retraining guarantee with a clear target of supporting at least 250 veterans and their families into employment. That will include dedicated places at our construction academy, fast-track security qualifications and practical routes into stable, skilled work. And we will deliver what should have been delivered long ago, a proper war memorial for Basildon. A permanent tribute to Basildon's fallen. Mr. Mayor, on the first Saturday after the new Wetherspoons opened, Councillors Hilliard, Ferguson and I went along to sample the pumps. Whilst we were there, I had dozens of conversations with men who all wanted to raise the same issues with me. I have reflected deeply on those conversations and thought about what we as a council could do to help. So, Mr. Mayor, let me say this as clearly as I can. Men matter.
Yes.
Too many men in our borough are struggling quietly, struggling with housing, with family separation, with money, with loneliness, with mental health. Too many men are taking their own life, and too often they struggle in silence. That is why we are launching Men Matter, a practical early intervention programme designed to reach men before crisis point. Men Matter will begin with 5 principal projects. A Back on Your Feet fund to help men access private rented accommodation that meets their needs and those of their children so that they are not forced to give up access to their kids because of inadequate space. A separated fathers support hub offering legal advice on housing, contact arrangements and well-being. A men's money MOT to tackle financial pressures before they spiral. A Here for Him programme to support men with mental health to access counselling support without stigma. And a Work and Worth retraining programme linked directly to the Construction Academy, turning potential into pay packets. Mr. Mayor, I will not stop until every bloke in Basildon who needs help or someone to talk to gets that help. And let me just say directly about the culture of this council and the politics of progress. Because what we are doing here is not easy. Turning around a borough after 25 years of drift is hard work, unglamorous work. It is spreadsheets, legals, site meetings, negotiation, governance, and relentless delivery. It is officers staying late, taking abuse from opposition members, absorbing pressure, and still coming back in the morning, determined to make things better for the people we serve. And I want to put this on the record tonight. This is a good council. It is a council with excellent officers. And those officers deserve respect. They deserve credit for driving change, not ridicule or abuse from the sidelines. This is a strong administration, the most representative cabinet we have ever had, full of people with passion, ideas, and in stark contrast to what was there before, intelligence. But over the last 7 months, Mr. Mayor, we have seen something else. We have seen 3 opposition councillors in particular make a deliberate decision to try and trash this council's reputation and smear our officers on a daily basis. Not with evidence, not with facts, but with insinuations, allegations, and the politics of poison. I've written articles before about the poison politics of progress, the idea that some people would rather see Basildon fail than see Labour succeed, that some would rather heckle than help, sneer than contribute, and throw sand in the gears of regeneration because they cannot bear the thought of this borough moving forward without them. And the timing is illuminating, because when residents see the plan of this administration tonight, when they see the scale of the ambition for our town centres, for their housing, their streets, their safety, their services, when they see the change that they and this borough have been aching for, now on the cusp of delivery, they will understand exactly why those 3 councillors are so desperate to sling mud. They have no ideas of their own, as we're about to see. They are yesterday's men, desperate for power, trying to claw their way back through grievance, conspiracy and noise, and they think they're able to manipulate the court jester to help them get there. But Mr. Mayor, it won't work. And so I want to do more than simply rebut it. I want to prove to the public, not with words, but with action, that councillors of all parties, and none, are not corrupt, and that the levers of power in this borough are not being used for personal gain, as the terminally online try to suggest. So I am announcing tonight that I am convening a citizens' panel. We will allow members of the public to come here and see everything for themselves, because sunshine is the best disinfectant. We will continue to be open. We will show them the contracts, the procedures, the governance, the audit trail, and we will show the public councillors' DBS records. Their enhanced DBS records. And we will let them, not the politicians, not the officers, draw their own conclusions. Independent, impartial, transparent. And in doing so, Mr. Mayor, it will silence the 3 opposition members, and it will restore credibility where it belongs, with this authority, with its officers, and with the residents that we serve. Because progress in this borough will not be poisoned. This administration is here to support all 5 towns of this borough. Our officers are here to deliver. And we are getting on with making Basildon better on the issues residents care about: bins, housing, regeneration, safety, jobs. This borough is improving, and this budget delivers for every resident in every town, in every part of our borough. So, Mr. Mayor, I urge people to back Basildon, vote for Basildon, and believe in Basildon.
Thank you, Councillor Callaghan. The matter is now open for debate. We'll be discussing the substantive until the break, which I intend to take around about 8:30. So, can I have any speakers who wish to speak on this? Councillor Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start by addressing the points that the leader made towards the end of his speech regarding sort of councillor conduct and the way they feel they're being treated. I read his article with interest. The message seemed to be people shouldn't be allowed to publish things I don't like to see. The reason you're getting pelters was because you made the cowardly decision to curtail a debate. It had nothing to do with the public or members making up conspiracy theories. You passed it through Cabinet again without even bothering to put it on an agenda, and the public are understandably angry, and we as opposition members obviously have to take account of that. I don't understand the attitude. It's almost like you don't understand what opposition actually is. And if you're trying to shame...
Can we just...
Well, it's working so far, isn't it? If you're trying to shame members or the public into silence, it's not going to work, Mr Mayor. It's as simple as that. But I'll move on to the budget, because yet again, it's not about really what's been said tonight. There's plenty of what's been said that no one would oppose. It's all, you know, some of it's sensible. It's about what's not been said. And Mr Mayor, this budget is a huge opportunity missed. If I'm completely candid, I'm disappointed. I was expecting a few more rabbits out of a few more hats. Everything that I've heard tonight, or almost everything I've heard tonight, has been announced before in one way or another. Lots of the funding commitments that have been given are repeated. Now, there is stuff that obviously we can support, stuff around veterans, stuff around doctors' surgeries, and naturally questions of, you know, men's mental health. I think that's all good, sensible stuff. But when I hear about things like community governance reviews, that screams kicking things into the long grass. When I hear about citizens' panels, well, the public have always had access to that information. It's just, and it's about how it's presented. And this was a chance to put Basildon on the right track, ready for local government reorganisation. It was an opportunity to take advantage of the increased government settlement and put some of that money back into residents' pockets. Instead, what we have here is the same old promises, whilst the council builds up more and more debt. More out of control spending. A scorched earth policy, on the understanding that the new authority, be it Basildon and Thurrock or be it the South Essex Unitary, will pick up the tab, and eventually the people that will pick up these costs will be our residents. They seem to think nothing about putting our council into a position where they will be the most indebted council in Essex. The sad reality is that Basildon will be the sick man of a new authority, whichever form it takes. It'll be a financial basket case, and that is the legacy of this administration. We've been promised time and time again that the temporary accommodation spend is going to be brought under control. 2 years ago I listened, they told us in all that time the TA spend will come down and we just needed to be patient. Yet here we are 2 years later and we are still massively overspent. You've all been very vocal in criticising the last Conservative council cabinet member for housing, but the simple truth is you've failed to get a grip of the problem. You can spin it any way you want, but it's in the report. Nearly 6 million overspent on TA. And where is the support for local businesses in this budget? Retail and hospitality, two areas that make up a crucial part of the Regeneration programme, are being crippled by the double whammy of business rate increases and national insurance hikes. In terms of Regeneration, there is actually much we agree on regarding the regeneration of the town centre. We started that programme with the now very successful View Cinema. Incidentally, when you got in, you said you were going to close that down. Is that still your position? What happened there? It was the Conservatives who led the groundwork for much of what we now see. And I'm pleased that you've decided to continue with the progress.
Councillor Barnes, hold on one moment. Will members allow the opposition leader to speak in silence for the rest of the debate? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that. But the trick to any successful regeneration programme is to ensure that it is done in partnership with the private sector rather than using public money as a substitute. And it is becoming more and more apparent that many of these administration plans, including the arena, are not only expensive but are far less developed than we were originally led to believe. And when they talk about savings, it's difficult to take things seriously from an administration that has spent nearly 600,000 on consultancy fees for an arena that is still at best years away. And those who are paying 1% above inflation as an increase on their rents, this budget that this budget imposes, it may interest them to know that the 600k is approximately what it raises. I understand they're two separate budgets, but I think the point still stands. They will spend tens of thousands on videos and promotions, some of which they pay themselves. They waste thousands on security, consultants and new directors, and yet we are supposed to believe them when they say they are being responsible when they dip into reserves. They tell us we need not be concerned about the council's massive borrowing costs and that the development is their key priority. The truth is that if this council wasn't going through an LGR process, they wouldn't be getting away with it. They see LGR as the life raft on which they think all of their bad decisions will be forgotten and a financial deficit wiped. And the sad reality is they might be right. But that debt will go somewhere, and it will be for future administrations and future generations to clear up the mess. And there's another deficit in this budget, which doesn't appear on any reports or any balance sheet, but in some ways is the most important of all, and that is the democratic deficit. Because in a functioning democratic system, you would present your budget tonight, and we would present our alternative. And then in May, those two competing visions for the borough would be put to the people, and it would be they who would decide what would happen. But instead, they've been denied this. You ducked the debate, you didn't stand for a vote, and the stain of that decision will haunt this council every day until it is eventually disbanded. No matter what you do, no matter what financial tricks you pull, that is a debt to our residents that will never be repaid. And what this council needs isn't gimmicks or more debt-fuelled stunts. It needs sensible and affordable policies. It needs to live within its means. Our debt burden should be going down, not up. And whilst the forecasts show a reduction, they also did so in previous years, and yet in reality, the numbers kept increasing. Mr. Mayor, we cannot go on like this. We need a plan that offers real value for money for the taxpayers whilst reducing cost burdens. We need a council to live within its means by making the same tough decisions our residents have to every single day, to manage our finances properly based on what we actually have coming in rather than what we might like to have. This administration had a duty to hand over a sound authority to its successors. This budget was the final opportunity to get our house in order and prepare ourselves for the next stage in Basildon's story as part of a larger unitary authority. Yet sadly, they have fallen short again. I regret that we will not be able to support a budget that does little to address the concerns of the residents we hear every day, leaves us vulnerable to escalating costs and risks the provision of important services due to mounting debts. They might be happy to leave a mess behind them, but we will not support or help them to do so. Time and again, in previous years, when Basildon and Labour have put their plans to the electorate, they've been soundly beaten at the ballot box. They have schemed to avoid that this year, but if they want to have any presence on the successful authority to this one, they must do better than this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Barnes. Councillor Brockman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to address why we have not submitted an alternative budget, as I'm sure the leader of the administration would like to use this as a stick to beat us with. The reason is simple. As a very small group, we believe we do better by scrutinising the budgets and that are put forward by the two larger groups, and offers constructive suggestions and even criticism where needed, which we believe we were voted in to do so by our residents. As a group, we have carefully examined the proposed budget. Whilst the sentiment of freezing council tax is welcome, and we recognise that residents will appreciate it, it does come at a cost. That cost includes increases in rents for council properties, higher charges for the community centre halls, and increased car parking charges, which will inevitably impact our already struggling high streets. I hear 4 hours free, and that is most welcome if it happens. So promise me it happens. Together, yeah, okay, I've got it. Yeah, don't need to be reminded, please, thank you. Let me finish. Get over yourselves. Together, these measures are intended to go towards offsetting the £650,000 revenue shortfall created by the council tax freeze. We are not advocating for a council tax increase, though. However, if there were to be one, even a small below inflation rise spread evenly across the borough would arguably be better than placing the burden on specific groups, namely council tenants, community organisations and residents and businesses who rely on our town centres and car parks. That said, we do recognise and appreciate the positive intention behind the freeze, and we are sure many residents will welcome it. Another approach would be to look more closely at internal savings to avoid some of these increases altogether. One example is the additional cost of security within the building during meetings. This is a cost that has only risen in recent months due to the poor behaviour of some members in this chamber. This is a cost that ultimately falls on taxpayers. As the only true independents in this chamber, I will say this. I cannot speak for how the rest of I'm speaking, please behave. Behave. I cannot speak for the rest of the group, but how they will vote, but I know how I shall vote. I welcome hearing that Waitrose are close to coming to Wickford. Please don't let us down at the last minute, and I shall be holding you to it. Likewise, the deal for the police station with the town council. I'll be holding you to that as well. Re the community safety wardens, they're also paid for jointly by the Wickford bid and the town council, so perhaps don't take all the credit for that one, let them have a bit as well. Finally, for transparency, I wrote to all 5 group leaders suggesting that we meet, sit down together, discuss the issues and attempt to find a constructive way forward. 3 agreed, 1 refused and 1 did not respond. I will leave members to draw their own conclusions about who is prepared to work collaboratively, who is not, and who is unwilling to even engage. Thank you. You'll find out.
Thank you, Councillor Brockman. If you'd like to turn your mic off, thank you. Councillor Joseph.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Colleagues and residents watching from home, good evening. Tonight is not simply a discussion about figures on a page. It is a discussion about people, about who feels seen, who feels safe, and who feels supported in our borough. And for me, 2 things that stand out very clearly: the Girls' Fund and the Fight Back Fund. Because budgets are not only about roads and buildings, they are about people who are trying to rise. The Girls' Fund is not a luxury, it is a statement. It says that young girls growing up in Basildon are not invisible, that their confidence, their safety, their aspirations all matter. As Kofi Annan once said, there is no tool for development more effective than the empowerment of women. Because you cannot talk about growth, regeneration, or prosperity if the girls in your borough are growing up afraid. Safety is not a side issue, it is the foundation. Because when you invest in a girl, you are not just funding a program, you are funding possibilities. You are funding a future leader, a future nurse, a future engineer, or a future mother who will raise the next generation with strength. There is a quote I've always loved, which is, when you educate a man, you educate an individual. When you educate a woman, you educate a nation. And that is exactly what this fund symbolises. A nation starting right here in our borough, Basildon. And then there is the Fight Back Fund. And I love that name because life knocks people down. But this fund says you're allowed to stand back up. It is dignity in action. It is not charity. It is empowerment. It is telling residents who have faced hardship, who have faced injustice, who have faced moments where the world felt heavier than it should, that this council believes in second chances and a fresh start. We often talk about resilience, but resilience is not something we just demand from people. Resilience is something we support them to build. And tonight, alongside these funds, we've heard so many things that show how this Labour administration is trying to balance responsibility with compassion. Protecting weekly bin collections because dignity also lives in clean streets. 4 hours of free weekend parking because families and local businesses deserve breathing space. Investment in housing repairs and insulation because a home should be warm, safe and secure. Support for mental health through initiatives like Men's Matters because strength includes knowing when to ask for help. And regeneration plans for Pitsea, Wickford and Langdon because no part of this borough should feel forgotten. These are not abstract ideas. These are daily realities for our residents. And I'd be remiss not to mention Langdon Park, my ward, where the opening of Lidl marks the first significant piece of regeneration in decades. For residents who have waited for years to see visible change, this isn't just a supermarket. It is a signal that investment has finally reached their doorstep. For many years, residents were told change was coming. Tonight, they can finally see it happening. Now, none of this means challenges disappear. We are in a difficult financial climate, that is no secret. But leadership is not about pretending storms do not exist. Leadership is about steering that ship through them. As Churchill once said, difficulties mastered are opportunities won. And I truly believe that when we look back, the choices we make tonight, especially around our young people, our women, and those fighting to get back on their feet, will be the choices that defined us. Because progress is not always loud. Sometimes progress is quiet. Sometimes it is a line in a budget. But to the person whose life changes because of that line, it is everything. So let us be clear that this is not just a financial document. It is a reflection of our values. And if our values say that girls deserve confidence, that residents deserve a second chance, that communities deserve investment, then tonight we are not just passing a budget, we are choosing the kind of borough that we want to be.
Thank you, Councillor Joseph. If you'd like to turn your mic off, thank you. Councillor Journet.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, tonight is supposed to be about numbers, but it's also about culture, because budgets reveal culture. And this budget reveals a culture that protects bureaucracy before it protects residents. So let's start with transparency. I requested a full financial breakdown to prepare a lawful alternative budget. I requested staffing detail, programme detail, agency breakdown, and cost clarity. What I received was incomplete, late, and when elected members cannot obtain full financial detail in time to prepare alternatives, scrutiny is weakened. That undermines the spirit of democratic accountability, and residents deserve open books and not selective disclosure. Now to the numbers. Country parks, £389,000 last year. This year, they want to spend £1.06 million. That is a 172% increase compared to this year. And this is at a time when households are struggling. That is not inflation. That is expansion. And then we go on to talk about agency staffing. Currently, so far, with another 6 weeks to go, we are sitting at £3.8 million. And that is nearly £4 million in temporary staff. Now, if this was a private company, Mr. Mayor, shareholders would demand answers. Instead, we are told this is normal. It is not normal. It is structural inefficiency. Then we move on to translation services. £290,000 was spent this year. No, in 22-23, it was £50,000. We are now spending almost 6 times more. So the question is, what has changed? Were residents consulted? Was it value tested? Or did it simply grow because nobody challenged it? And then we have senior salaries. £100,000, £110,000, £120,000. Posts being created or filled at 6-figure levels. And this is at a time when we're told there is no money, Mr. Mayor. And residents are watching senior salaries rise while they are told services must be squeezed. And when those roles are politically adjacent or formerly politically connected individuals from the Labour Party, it raises legitimate questions. Were these posts necessary? Were they advertised openly? Were they benchmarked independently? And were residents informed? These are not personal attacks on officers. They are governance questions, because public money demands public justification. And then we move on to this new £45,000 social media monitoring tool. £45,000 to monitor councillors and residents online. Now, while residents are being told belts must tighten, you cannot tell people there is no money. And then fund reputation management software. Good luck. My alternative budget would have done the following. Thank you. My alternative budget would have done the following, or reforms would have done the following. We would have cut council tax by 5%. We would have protected frontline services. We would have protected the town centres. We would have protected sport and culture, and maintained parks at last year's level. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. You can see you. Look at this.
Thank you, Councillor Journay. Hold on one moment, please. Could members allow him to finish his speech in peace? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll just go through that again, just so residents are fully aware of what Reform UK would bring to Basildon. So we would start off by cutting council tax by 5%. We would protect there we go. There we go. The lack of respect, Mr. Mayor. Are you going to do something? Thank you, thank you. And I'll start again. Reform UK's alternative budget would have done the following. We would have cut council tax by 5%. We would have protected frontline services, we would have protected the town centres across the borough, and we would have protected sport and culture. And also, we would have maintained parks at last year's level. We would have capped agency spend. We would have reduced unnecessary translation expenditure, removed unnecessary regeneration programme staffing, and created a £250,000 veteran homelessness prevention fund. Fully funded, balanced, with over £2 million in resilience remaining. That is responsible, measured and deliverable, Mr. Mayor. And instead, what we have is a budget that expands non-statutory spend, increases programme staffing and embeds cost growth into the system. And when scrutiny tries to challenge it, the information flow slows. That is not how strong governance operates. So let me be super clear. This isn't about party politics, this is about priorities in our borough. And if you can afford 6-figure senior posts, 172% park increases, £3.8 million in agency spend, £290,000 in translation, and a £45,000 monitoring software, then you can afford to cut council tax. And you can afford to support veterans who risk everything for this country. Thank you very much. Because here is the difference. Reform's budget said the following. Let's remove the excess. Let's remove the inflationary creep. Let's remove the programme culture. Let's protect residents, let's protect veterans, let's reduce tax. And that is a very different philosophy to Basildon Labour. So, budgets are moral documents. That shows you what we value. And tonight, this chamber will decide, do we value bureaucracy or do we value residents? Do we protect growth in the system or do we protect people outside this building who pay our salaries? I know where I stand and I know where the residents stand. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Journet. I have one more speech and then we'll break. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to start with Councillor Joseph's comments about the Langdon Lidl. That could have been opened years ago, but there's this quango called Essex Highways who live on Google Street View and never visit sites. Because they didn't bother to comment with that planning application went in, one of the biggest regeneration projects in Langdon, and the leader of the opposition was a member for Langdon Park, I'm sure he's well aware of it, because Essex Highways couldn't be bothered to attend, comment, and when the planning committee approved it, they decided, as soon as we lost control, to have a muck this council about in the residents.
And Jeff Henry did nothing.
Had Gavin been the leader, because we had experience with this at Trafford House, using Officer Christine Lawrence, we used planning powers to drag county by the short and curlies to make them do the right thing. And the sooner Essex County Council is abolished, residents don't have to be messed about. Then I will speak about the budget momentarily, but I have to pull Councillor Barnes up when he made the inference, thank you. I've been at county all day, so tongue-tied. About the housing rents going up and council expenditure in the town centre. There's a wonderful law Mrs Thatcher passed, and as a good Conservative should know. The housing revenue account funds legally have to be kept away from regular day-to-day council spending. It's the law. So when you stand up and make that statement, it torpedoes most of your argument. And when the leader is criticised about borrowing money, the last council meeting led by the Conservatives, sitting where Councillor Ansell is, former Councillor Cannon was sat there, boasting about how wonderful the investments were from loans. And I sat here and went, are you going to thank Gavin? And he was like, no, it's down to us. I went, it is. You voted against it. And they're like, I remember the mayor chastising me. Now, we've got, one of the borrowings we've done is £80 million to acquire property. Because every person that is made homeless costs the taxpayer 27 grand a year. So when we bought them block of flats in Wickford and Billericay and stopped possibly London boroughs buying them, and we put our own temporary accommodation people in, what did the trolls, and not suggesting anyone in this room when I say this, but what did the trolls and fake news books say? Boat people, boat people, boat people. Yeah. They were our own people stuck in temporary accommodation. Chapelgate, after we left office, was ready to go. I know you tweaked with the planning application, fine, fair enough. My design was far better looking, glass finish, far superior, but it's homes for people, and I'm grateful for that. But it just sat there, and as soon as we came back in, they're built. There's that piece of land outside my house for 10 bungalows for people to downsize in. You don't get many councillors say, NIMBY, or say, you can build in front of my house if it's going to cut the wait list. I did. And we're cracking on with it. So, and the reason why rents are going up is because we have this housing revenue account that we found 200+ million in debt. And if we have that debt, we're paying interest unnecessarily. So when we increase the rents for council tenants, and remember, council rents are far, far cheaper than the private sector, it is to maintain our stock and to help pay that debt and to make investment into that stock. That's why we're having to increase it. And we mustn't forget that 2/3 of our tenants receive some form of housing benefit. So 2/3 of the payment of that increase will be made by the government, not our Basildon tenants. And to be fair, parties of all colours should build, baby, build council housing. And if we'd have done that straight away after the stock market crash of 08 in the 09, 010, 10s and 11s, we could have kept our building trade going and we wouldn't be in the trouble we're in. But I just wanted to pick up those points made by previous speakers. But for me, we've been quite smart. We're using 106s to improve the security, lighting in our town centre. We're finally going to go after those flying rats which are putting off people. The amount of my residents that have approached me saying they cannot get a bus to Mayflower. And it's impossible to park at that success of Mayflower because it is so successful. People from outside the borough, other parts of the borough visit it. So for my pensioners, and many of your pensioners, they can use their bus pass, go to the M&S and buy their food. That's what they always used to do on a Saturday. That's what they saved for their retirement, and they're going to get that back. The town centre's coming back on its feet. We're doing other means of security. Because we've made this investment in town centre wardens, I said this previously at a council meeting, the police borough commander told me that shoplifting last December compared with December before that, the shoplifting rates dropped by 13.5%. Because I don't see that as a dig at the police, because if they get a call for an emergency crime, they've got to be there rather than a shoplifting case. And unfortunately that's been the case. But because you've got those town centre wardens, you hear the radios and the traders, they can call out saying, watch out, so-and-so's about, speak to our wardens, and those shoplifters know they're being watched, and if they try and steal, they're going to be clobbered. That's an important part of the town centre regeneration. I'd like to support this budget because the pavilion had to be closed in Langdon Hills. Right? Had to be closed in Langdon Hills for asbestos safety works. But the Conservatives never put no money into it because it didn't have a Billericay postcode. Oh. Because we've got the bin straight, because we've got the finance straight, we can start to repair the damage we've inherited. If you're south of the 127. And it's not just the building, the amount of complaints that I and my colleagues for Langdon Hills Ward get, that this chap standing behind the building having a Jimmy Riddle, to put it nicely, and I can't exactly have the town centre wardens going around slapping tickets on it. They could get themselves in trouble. So having that pavilion open will stop all that antisocial behaviour. It's a lovely park. It's got triple SI status. This is a good budget for the borough, and the most important thing is the council tax is frozen. Through the chair, when I speak to reform councillors, I never make it personal. We can lock arms on policy, which I think is fair. But of all the reform-controlled councils, every one of them is increasing the council tax. Yeah. And the council that is increasing the council tax the most is 9%. But after having a poke, can I give some friendly tips? Because I was in your position as a newish member of this council many moons ago. And there's an item called, under the Local Government Act, the right to know for councillors. So if, as a councillor, I looked that up right from the start, and that got me the information. So if you genuinely think any local authority that you are a member of or withheld in that, it's under the Local Government Act, a councillor's right to know. If you do an FOI, the legislation can permit. It's the law of the land. And this council, and as Cabinet Member for Enforcement and Law and Order, I catch anyone breaking the law, I'll be after them. Yeah. That you can depend upon. Yeah. But this budget gives people a break. Unlike County, who've gone for a 4% increase. Shocking. And they're not doing anything extra for the services. No. We are having to pay Essex again to keep those lights on. And for my constituents who work at the hospital, you can never choose when you're ill. But if you need an ambulance, as I had a case in Packprills when the park night lighting started, it's a cul-de-sac, ambulances pulled up 2 o'clock in the morning for an elderly patient, and the ambulance driver's got to walk past 20 houses in the pitch black at 2 a.m. because County thought park night lighting was a wonderful thing. Well, for our emergency services that have to go out, for police, the fire, the ambulance, the lights will continue to stay on. And when we've got LGR, we won't be paying twice. And we can do things a lot smarter. But this is a fair budget. Everyone would like a council tax decrease, but there is a thing called cost increases. We have no control of energy usage. Our suppliers increasing prices because they're being increased prices. Our staff want a pay rise. They're not here for charity. They've got families to keep and bills to pay. So we have to meet that increase. And that is part of a fair council tax. So a frozen council tax has taken a lot of work to get here without any services being cut. And finally, I think that is wonderful, and I should declare this. I was on that Channel 5 documentary like this, like trying to cover myself over, but our former Mayor Councillor David Dadds, with your chain on, Mr Mayor, and our colleague Andrew Golden, when Channel 5 done car park wars about that Westgate car park and the sharp practices nabbing loads of law-abiding people, and we had to fight. I found a loophole using planning law, and they welched and withdrew the application. It went over to another operator, but because of our borrowing, which is being criticised for, we now own that car park. And if anyone wrongly gets a ticket, email me and I'll get it sorted, providing the council is in the wrong. Yeah? Because we're about growing business and being fair with people, not ripping people off at the car park. Because the amount of people who emailed me at that height of that Westgate car park, and I'm sure many members who were here at the time, wrote to us and said, I will never come back to Basildon again. Or this budget will now say to those people, as far away as Rochford, come back to Basildon. The parking's free. And spend your money in M&S.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. As stated earlier, we'll now have a 20-minute break to enable the amendments to be perused and shared for all members of the council. So everyone can come back here at, well, that's 9:04. Thank you.
Basildon. For most Londoners, it's a place you pass by on the way to Southend. An overspill new town just off the A127. Population, 80,000.
It's the fastest growing town in Essex, but local MP David Amos reckons you need a map if you're Basildon bound.
You only have to look around you now. Basildon is going to be the centre of Essex. Many, many people want to come here.
On the 4th of January, 1949, from fields of mud and wartime dust, a promise rose. Bold, brick by brick. A promise to ordinary people, to us.
London. At the end of the last war, this city had a massive housing problem. Over 150,000 families in desperate need of homes. One solution was to move a large part of the population away from the smoky, noisy and crowded capital out into newly created communities where they could live, work and play in healthy surroundings. This is how our town of Basildon in Essex was born. One of 8 new towns created by the government in the 1940s.
Basildon, a new town for a new Britain.
Let us all join together now in one more great effort. This time for victory over scarcity. We showed the world what we could do during the war. Let's show it again now. Let's pull together for prosperity.
Forged in the spirit of Attlee's disciples, men and women who'd seen the cost of chaos and chose instead to build hope.
Basildon, a space-age look for a long-established institution.
Here, they worked. Here, they built. Factories roared, hammers sang, and mothers mended uniforms, fathers fixed engines. And the children, they grew up with grit in their veins.
It is not the early pioneers who, during their lifetime, will reap the full benefit of the new town experiment. This will fall on the young people in the schools or those who use the playgrounds today.
Basildon wasn't fancy, it wasn't polished, but it was real. And in its hum and heartbeat came the sound of something different, a new culture, a new voice. From this town of grafters came Depeche Mode and Alison Moyet. Basildon's own poetry and synth and soul. From its playground and pitches came Premier League footballers who learned to fight for every inch of turf.
And lazy end-of-season marking left Justin Edinburgh a free shot. His first ever league goal.
We built the technology that took Attenborough's blue planet to the world. Yes, Basildon, not London, Basildon. Behind the lens that made the planet gasp. We are the largest economy in Essex. The largest on the Thames after Canary Wharf. And yet too often, we've been treated like we're still the poor cousin down the A13.
Unkind people might say there are no road signs to Basildon because nobody wants to come here.
I know that that couldn't be further from the truth.
But Basildon people don't moan. We move. We graft. We play by the rules. We do our bit. And yes, we've been tired. We've seen promises fade like old paint. We've watched the town centre crumble, while others got the shine and the spend. But something's stirring again. You can feel it. In the cranes above the town centre. In the laughter spilling from the new Weatherspoons. In the sound of drills and rhythm of renewal. A town once built by hand is being rebuilt by heart. By a council that finally gets it. That this place doesn't need charity, it needs belief. We are the children of Attlee's dream, grown tired of being overlooked. We're the sons and daughters of makers, of doers, of dreamers in overalls. And as 2026 dawns, we rise again. Basildon, reborn, reformed, ready to stand on our own 2 feet. A town of visionaries and vision, of families that stay and futures worth fighting for. Because this is Basildon. Not a name on a map, but a movement of people. A town that never gives up. A promise that never dies. Basildon, a new town for a new Britain.
Towns are about people and must be built for people. It is they who will one day claim, with genuine pride, that Basildon is their town.
I went over to ask what was wrong, and she'd been locked out. She put her rubbish out and the door blown in front of her. We managed to climb through a window, walk through the house, open the door, and that made my day, you know, helping people. And I think that's one of the best things I've ever done, I think, being here, helping somebody. And it takes one good person out of 100 bad people to make your day.
The best part of the job is just like the camera and the people that we work for, clearing up the borough, the people that you meet, the residents, get to have a run about, so yeah, it's good. Yeah, I enjoy it.
Most days we have a big laugh. If it's not Dan, it's Jay. If it's not them two, it's me. It's more just sort of saying something funny, seeing something funny maybe, and just seeing the light in things really, and sort of making a positive out of things that might be a negative, or you know what I mean, sort of just making the best out of every day and making each other laugh and getting on with the job really.
It's just being in the community for me, you know what I mean? It's like, I know people do different things. I couldn't work in a factory, I couldn't work behind a desk. I mean, this is my desk, the lorry, and I just enjoy driving around the streets, talking to people and being in the fresh air. That's what does it for me. I think it was about 8:30, and there was an old lady sitting on their doorstep, shaking and shivering, and I went over to ask what was wrong, and she'd been locked out. She put her rubbish out and the door blown in front of her. We managed to climb through a window, walk through the house, open the door, and that made my day, you know, helping people. And I think that's one of the best things I've ever done, I think, being here, helping somebody. And it takes one good person out of 100 bad people to make your day.
Hi everyone, this is Councillor Gavin Callaghan. Hope you're well. We're in the break at the budget meeting. You've just heard me present the council's budget. You've heard me talk about the freeze in the council tax, the new Waitrose that we're bringing to Wickford, the free car parking that we're bringing to Billericay, Wickford and Basildon town centres. We're about to go into the alternative budget. I've just been reading it. It did not take me very long. It's not very good. I suspect we're going to be voting this one down, but make sure you stay tuned because we're going to be having plenty more debates here at the council on the budget and the council tax, and it's all coming up very shortly.
Invincible.
Made this happen, and that is something to be incredibly proud of.
Thank you, members. We're reconvening this meeting. The amendment has been circulated and everyone has had a chance to look at it. Councillor Barnes, I take it you're proposing it. And do you have a seconder? Councillor Turner, you may begin your speech. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I first of all thank officers for their support in producing this fully costed and approved by the 151 officer Conservative alternative budget. It brings me great pleasure to present this budget on behalf of the Conservative opposition. We believe that this different vision for the borough offers value for money for our residents, keeps our core services intact, reduces waste and gives a better deal for the council taxpayer. First of all, Mr Mayor, we need to urgently address the debt problem that is rapidly mounting at this council. It is not good enough to simply hope it goes away when LGR happens. It is not good enough to pile debt upon debt when servicing costs are getting out of control. And therefore, if an administration, one of the first things that a Conservative council would do is review council assets to ensure that we can dispose of those that are not offering a sensible return and begin to pay down that debt. The Conservatives will ensure that this council begins to get its debt burden back into line with other comparable local authorities. And sticking with the theme of debt, the next great scandal coming down the pipe is that of student debt. All of us, I think, know someone or have relatives that have taken out student loans and they're now being crippled by the burden they face. This is something that the government nationally need to address urgently. It is outside the scope of this council to address the issue at its root, but we can try and alleviate some of its worst excesses. And therefore I'm pleased to announce a £100,000 bursary which will be awarded to those completing a degree who have acquired student debt and who are able to demonstrate that they are working in a key role that benefits the borough, such as nurse or a teacher. They can then apply, and the council will be able to pay off some or all of their student debt and ensure that they are able to get on with their lives. Next, Mr Mayor, is the green waste charge. This administration, you will recall, has been all over the place with this. I think one of the first things I ever dealt with when I became leader of the opposition was a rather confused press release that seemed to suggest they were going to double the charge and then halve it, a piece of Labour spin even Alistair Campbell, I think, would be proud of. We Conservatives prefer to keep things simple. We will take the green waste charge of £50 and we're going to halve it to £25. And I think that does recognise that those with gardens and with green waste bins do place a bit more of a burden on the system, but at less than 50p a week for green waste charges, we believe this is fairer and puts more money in our residents' pockets. Mr Mayor, the decision to scrap free parking in Billericay and Wickford was one of the most spiteful and counterproductive decisions this administration has made, and I'm pleased to see that they've recognised that with their partial climb down tonight. It damaged local businesses and it hurt local residents. Businesses told us that footfall was down. Residents have told us that they've been unable to go out as much due to the additional costs. Businesses, especially now, need all the help they can get. So I'm pleased to announce that the Conservative budget will restore free parking back on the same terms that it was before in Billericay. Wait.
Yeah.
We believe in making decisions that benefit the whole borough, not just the parts.
Councillor Barnes, Councillor Journeys called a point of order, which I'm obliged to take.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I'd like to say 23B for a point of order. Councillor McGurran has interrupted for the last two speeches of Councillor Barnes, so I'd like to put it to a vote on 23B, please.
Thank you, Councillor Journey. The point of order is an escalation from 23A, which is at the Mayor's discretion. I've allowed mild heckling, but I won't put this to the vote on this occasion because I haven't seen any breaches thus far, but I will warn members to please prevent any more heckling. Thank you very much. Councillor Barnes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. That's fine. I like the heckling. It means we're obviously touching nerves. Glad I'm good value. We believe in making decisions that benefit the whole borough, not just the parts that vote are certain. way. So in addition to restoring free parking in Wickford and Billericay, I'm pleased to announce that we will be offering the same free parking at weekends and on bank holidays in the Westgate car park in Basildon Town Centre. And this is with a view to eventually extending this free parking in Basildon to include all times, so that finally the historic disadvantage Basildon has faced against out-of-town shopping centres such as Lakeside will be corrected. This will help with regeneration, and it will help those businesses who are moving into our town centre to have the confidence to know that their council will support them and back them. We are keeping weekly bin collections, continuing the town centre regeneration, and kicking off new regeneration schemes in every part of this borough. Finally, Mr Mayor, this is a budget about supporting and backing our residents and businesses. And the best way we can do that is by putting money back in people's pockets. So after a careful review of the council budget, fully costed and signed off by the 151 officer, I'm pleased to announce that we are able not just to freeze council tax, but to reduce it by 1%. And it's important to remember that with inflation at 3.3%, a reduction of 1% takes us close to the 5% number that has been alluded to by other parties tonight. A 1% reduction in council tax to go with free parking restored, a bursary scheme for those struggling with student debt, green waste charges halved, and a sensible plan to restore sanity to council finances. We believe that this plan will deliver real growth in the local economy, real opportunity for our residents, and real benefits to taxpayers. It benefits all our residents, not just the few, and we invite members to support it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Barnes. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a different approach to the build budget that we've just heard tonight. This is aimed at residents, and residents have always been at the centre of a Conservative administration. And the term Billericay councillors, actually we do support the whole of the borough, unlike the Labour Party and their allies, who don't tend to do that. And there's plenty of opportunities to see that in practice. A 1% cut, I mean, we could have gone further. If you look at our budget, we've actually left some revenue in there that actually we could cut further. We've tried to be pragmatic and we've tried to be responsible. 1% we think is the very least we can do. And as been mentioned tonight, it was made, apparently, a Labour administration has frozen budgets for 3 years, not on their own, Chairman. They've only done that once, and that's tonight. The other two were fully funded by a Conservative government, and that's what Conservatism does for the people of Basildon Borough. Moving down, we think that the other 4 towns in the borough deserve a fair share of their regeneration. We haven't seen that. Haven't seen that at all. Now, under a Conservative administration, Waitrose is never going to happen. Under a Conservative administration, we sat patiently through a load of diatribe.
20 minutes, we didn't say a word.
Didn't say a word. Waitrose is never going to happen. And I'll tell you for why, because Billericay is still waiting for the 9 million facility on sports and recreation that was promised to them. It's not going to happen. But we believe that we do owe the other towns a fair share. We haven't raided reserves here. We've just ring-fenced them. Pitsea, Langdon, Billericay and Wickford will have a £50,000 fund for regeneration, serious regeneration. None of this stuff about we've talked to this person, we've talked to that person. We're actually going to get off the pot. For the last 2 years, it's been stifled. And that's what the commitment is from us, Chairman. We've talked about the bursary. It's the very least we can do for some of our residents in educating themselves in key posts that we need. And at the moment, the accusations are that we fund the health service from foreign students. And if you go through the health service, you could possibly believe that. We think it's only fair that we should fund some of those key workers.
How many?
On the green waste, this was a pledge. This was a pledge from the coming in administration, the Labour Alliance administration, to get bins down. And again, we could completely wipe that charge out. We haven't done that. We've only reduced it back to a level that was there before. And the reason we haven't done that, again, trying to be responsible on a Conservative budget that has a mountain of debt that nobody seems to want to do anything about. We've heard how high it is, but what the reports say is we're going higher. Short and long term, we're going higher. I mean, that's just irresponsible and reckless. So it's in the report. So we've left it at a reasonable level where we can fully fund that. We can give the residents of the borough something that pays back at times of difficulty. Everybody is experiencing difficulty, including in more affluent areas, and we think that is achievable. On free parking, this is across the borough. This is not just Wickford and Billericay. It's in all council car parks. If you read the back of the document, it's been authorised by the 151 officer. So I can't accept the calls from the Labour lot that this is only centric to Billericay and Wickford. It isn't. It will include everybody, and everybody will benefit from free parking, not for 4 hours, which is, if you'll forgive me, lame, sorry and sad. If you think 4 hours is going to cut it, it doesn't. It has to. We have to give back something to the high street, something to our towns, and that is the very least we can do. In conclusion, it's been signed off by the 151 officer. There's nearly 900,000 there that can go back into the Treasury. That is more than a balanced budget. We haven't cut deep, we haven't gone wide, we could have gone a lot further, we could have had a look at reserves and funded a whole lot of stuff, that capital projects that we are keen to see. There isn't elections this year. What a shame, because we would have loved to have put this up against the Labour budget and let residents have their choice. But unfortunately, residents were denied that, and they were denied it for good reason. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. They know.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Could you turn off your microphone, please? The matter is now open for debate. Indicate that you wish to contribute. Councillor Callaghan.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, where do you start with this absolute drivel? Let's have a look at some of this here. They're talking about a university bursary of £100,000. That will support roughly 2 people. That's the grand total of what that university bursary will support is 2 people in the borough. And how are you going to pick those 2 people? What's the criteria that you are going to use? Maybe it is if they're called barns. Who knows? When you talk about the free car parking, I think this is interesting, because in our proposal, the free car parking in the car parks that I've outlined for 4 hours totals £175,000. In their budget, they've put £150,000 in for free car parking in all of the car parks, apparently, all weekend, bank holidays and Christmas. That isn't true. That cannot possibly be true, because our one is for 175k. Now, what happened is that when I mentioned the Westgate, Councillor Barnes drew back and whispered over to his colleagues, "We forgot about Basildon." And then he's had to come here tonight and he's had to stand up and he's had to say, "Oh no, Basildon is included in the number." The 150,000 doesn't cover 4 hours free in all of them. So that is a complete nonsense. They talk about the debt profile. Let's address some of this as well, right? Councillor Turner has just said debt is getting higher. That is not true. The debt is coming down. And in the last financial year as well, We have disposed of an asset, and this administration made a £2.5 million profit on the disposal of the asset. If you go on their numbers here, they say they are going to sell the commercial portfolio. Right? Number one, I don't even know what that means. Right? Number two, when he stood up, he didn't actually say he was going to sell it. He said he was going to review it, and he was going to have a look at it. So has he just blown a £1.8 million black hole in his own MTFS for year two? Because can you imagine if you are the buyer looking at the council coming along saying we're selling everything in a fire sale, you're going to get yourself a hell of a bargain, aren't you? They know that in order to plug their gap, they've got to sell cheap. That is the most ludicrous commercial strategy I've ever seen a councillor come up with. And the other thing that they don't talk about when it comes to the commercial assets is the fact that the report proves, and the capital budget and the Treasury management budget that we took to the last council meeting proves, that our commercial assets are currently 5% above their yield. So they're performing better than the projections. They're shaking their heads because they haven't even read it. And the other thing that they haven't mentioned is if you sell the whole commercial portfolio, apparently, number one, you're going to have to pay all of your costs to get out of those contracts, so good luck making any money with it. But then number two, if you sell them all, you lose £3.5 million of profit rent. So even if you are making the savings that they suggest in management fees, you still have to find £1.7 million of cuts to frontline services. And we know what that means, don't we, Mr. Mayor? That means fortnightly black bins coming back under the Tories.
And the packaging bag.
And let's also have a look at this. The biggest saving, not one of them had the bottle to mention it. They only do it on Facebook, right? Don't have the bottle when they get into this chamber to stand up and do it. The biggest saving, the biggest efficiency to pay for all of the other stuff that they're suggesting they're going to pay for is £1.1 million of saving in a management restructure, which apparently is to sack the chief executive and every single assistant director at the council. To put that into context, let's put it into context. The council spends £2.4 million on its management structure every single year. 1.5 million of that comes from the general fund budget, which is what we're debating here. The rest of it comes from the HRA. And as Councillor Smith very eloquently pointed out, Councillor Barnes doesn't understand the difference between a HRA and a general fund. But if you have £1.5 million of spend and you plan to take 1.1 million out in savings, the geniuses on those benches are going to leave this council £400,000 to pay for all of their senior staff. At a time, I mean, it is laughable. At a time when we're going through local government reorganisation, the biggest change to this council in 51 years, they're going to sack everybody and they're only going to leave us with £400,000 to pay for staff.
Well, they did it last time.
And let's remember, they have formed, because what they haven't included in here, Mr. Mayor, is the redundancy costs. And we remember, don't we? We remember £1.6 million in golden handshakes that lot paid out to 5 council officers.
Shame.
And then they were spotted with one of those officers having a drink in Portugal after they just paid out on a golden handshake. They never left us with a Deputy Section 151 officer. They never left us with a senior operations director. We never had a qualified housing director. We never had a community safety director. And under their plan, we won't have them going forward as well. Look at this, Mr. Mayor. Look at what is in this absolutely ludicrous alternative budget. And then ask yourself,
what isn't in it?
What's not there?
Exactly.
There is nothing to tackle violence against women and girls.
Shame.
Even though we know that's the biggest cause of 999 calls in this borough. There is nothing to support men's mental health.
Shame.
There is nothing to support families in temporary accommodation.
Shame.
There is nothing on the debt management strategy. There is nothing on building new council homes. There is nothing on repairing our existing council homes. There is nothing for our veterans in their proposals, Mr.
Shame.
Mayor.
It's disgusting.
They spend all day, every day, on Facebook, making their content, slagging us all off. But when they get into
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, go on.
Please, thank you. Section 23A. Thank you. Impugning proper motives regarding the Facebook. Thank you.
You are having a laugh.
There's irony and then there's irony.
Oh.
Okay, will you just take your seat for the moment, please, Councillor? Thank you for raising that point of order. I find no breach there. Thank you. Councillor Callaghan.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Irony is alive and well in this council.
I would remind Councillor Callaghan that his time is extended, so please
Mr.
wrap
Mayor,
up.
I was merely going to wrap up by encouraging colleagues on this side of the chamber to recognise that if you want a budget that chooses investment over decline, safety over neglect, regeneration over stagnation, and modernisation over nostalgia, then you should reject this absolute farce of an alternative budget. And let's get back to the main event.
Okay, are there any further speakers on the amendment? Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't need the full 5 minutes here because there really isn't much in this alternative budget to talk about. Reduce the green waste charge, which they were the ones that they introduced, the £50 in the first place. Save 1.1 million on management restructure when their last management restructure cost this council £1.6 million. Their parting gift to the residents in 2024 when they knew they were toast. £100,000 of university bursaries. Now I've just checked my student debt on here. A student debt that I've got thanks to the Conservative government that raised it from £3,000 to £9,000 per year. Yeah. 10 years since I graduated, my debt and my debt now sits at £56,000. So when they say they're spending £100,000 on bursaries, they're not even funding 2 students to a full degree. But the real kicker, Mr. Mayor, in this alternative budget, in writing right here, savings from selling commercial properties will save £1.812 million per year, while 4 lines above that, it says, and I quote, selling commercial portfolio, loss of income, £1.936 million per year. That's £124,000 they're losing by doing this. But every year, Councillor Brown, not just the first one, every year. Yeah. They're genuinely proposing that this council loses £124,000 a year on something that already makes this council £3 million a year by having these portfolios. Maybe they can use that £100,000 bursary on funding a maths degree or 2, because they certainly need it. So, Mr. Mayor, bring on the Essex County Council elections. If this is the sort of thing that Councillor Schrader and Councillor Turner will be standing on, then they really don't have a hope in hell.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. Thank you. Are there any other members wishing to? Councillor Ansell. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sticking on, I suppose, one of the key themes of the alternative budget, I would like to start by saying I'm a believer myself in lower taxes. People should be trusted to be able to spend the money they earn. They should be trusted to be able to keep more of the money they earn. In essence, hard work should be rewarded, and the state should tread more lightly on people's lives. I'm also a believer in the concept of contribution, that you should get out of life what you put in. That's why I'd expect to see more from the Conservatives, especially in areas of the borough like Billericay and Langdon Hills that stump up the lion's share of money in council tax, and I think should see more of their money for it. I feel there would be merit in supporting a council tax cut if it was credible and costed. But what I worry the Conservatives are not telling residents is what would be cut and what would be sold to square the circle. Because ultimately, Mr. Mayor, we have seen before what happens when the Conservatives bring forward unfunded tax cuts. Liz Truss crashed the economy.
Thank you. Thank you, members. Thank you, Councillor Ansell. There being no further speakers, I call for a vote on the amendment. All those in favour, please show. All those against? Are there any abstentions? Thank you. That amendment is lost. We'll continue now with substantive. Those indicate to speak. Councillor Turner.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, I'm glad it was a source of amusement because it was costed by the 151 officer, so thanks for that. Mr Mayor, 90% of what's been said tonight by Sadiq Khan's estate agent. Sadiq Khan's estate agent over there, look at him, smiling, got his lips smiling. It's nothing about the people in this borough. It's Basildon homes for Sadiq Khan. That's what you're building and that's what your budget supports. There is nothing, there's nothing, Mr Mayor, if I could just have stopped this drivel coming from the opposition. I'll let you sort it out.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Turner. You can pause your speech for the moment. If everyone could pay attention, that would be much appreciated, and try not to heckle too much. Thank you.
As I was saying, all we've heard from this Labour budget tonight, 90% of it is what councils will be doing anyway, and they gloss over the fact that, oh, we'll call it this and we'll call it that. If you go around the borough, 25 years of stagnation from Conservatives. Yep. Sporting Village, was that stagnation? Langdon, was that stagnation? And incidentally, no, that's private development. Incidentally, let me just tell you, there was a government grant that I personally went to see Lord Heseltine to get signed off. That's how least stagnation Langdon was, and the Liddles was done under our administration. You're claiming credit for it. Good job. And then let's go to Pitsea. Pitsea's never looked so good, and that was criticised. We've got in Sporting Village, we've got a Labour administration supported by the Allies saying we're going to invest in it. They never wanted to invest in it before. They wanted to tear it down. And then if you look at Wickford, Wickford is going nowhere. Let's see if Waitrose really come. Let's see, because as I say, Billericay is still waiting for their 9 million sports facility that was promised to us by Sadiq Khan's estate agent. And this is the dilemma. Now, coming back briefly to the opposition's budget, these are all measures that touch residents in Basildon Borough. They're all...
I'll leave off, Darren. The substantive. It's not up to you, down to the mayor.
I can refer to it. But these are all that touch our residents now, not things that are going to get them in the future. And this is the problem. They dream up this sentence where Basildon is booming, we're ambitious. No, you're ambitious for Sadiq Khan. Yes. Because all that's going to happen is you're going to attract with 30,000 homes, which incidentally we don't need and have never needed. Wow. Already, the developers out there are telling us 90% of their referrals are, guess where? Are they from Basildon Borough? No.
Which developers?
Are they from London? Yes. Yeah? And this piece of paper that they keep banding about saying, oh, well, they can't market this in London. Londoners don't care. They know it's there. They know it's coming. They're looking around the whole of London for these developments. The budget that we've got, the choices that we had tonight, was a budget that we could have given something back to our electorate, to our residents, to the people that vote and put us here. Or we can say, to hell with you, and that's what we've done tonight from the Labour and the Langdon, I've got to get this right, Langdon Hills Independents, have said, no, we don't want to serve our residents. We're only interested in serving other people that will be our residents tomorrow. And to hell with the rest of you. We are running a debt mountain. The 42 million on what we call commercial is only returning less than 1/3%. Yeah, 124,000 today. What's it going to be tomorrow? Nobody knows. But the risks you carry are real for all of us. It's not 5 million. They're not giving us 5 million. This is about 124,000 that we can dispose of because it's shameful. We're not even making 1% return on this. And it's not rubbish, it's there. And the debt is going to get bigger. If you look at the last Cabinet report, Mr. Mayor, the last Cabinet report says short-term and long-term debt will increase. That is in their own Cabinet report. It's not mine. These aren't my figures. These are 151 officers' figures. This is your Cabinet report, and that is where we're heading. It's uncharted territory, and you're kicking the can down the road so that the unitary picks up a massive, massive headache, but one which we'll all be paying for. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Please turn off your microphone. Thank you. Councillor Power.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad we actually got a budget this year from them. Last year they didn't bother. Basildon Borough is finally making changes for the better. Years of being left behind, forgotten by successive Conservative governments and being led by councillors who lack ambition, ability or any belief in the place we actually call home. This is a budget that shows that a Labour administration working with a Labour government delivers for the whole of Basildon. This budget shows our focus on the basics, a cleaner, safer environment, but alongside this we are putting Basildon back on the map, getting the investment and being proud of who we are and where we are from. This is a commitment to rebuild Basildon, attracting record levels of investment from both government and the private sector. People are seeing the changes happening, and tonight we're setting out the plans to continue this message and the plans to change this borough alongside getting the basics that this council deserves done. They will stand up tonight, and they already have done, to talk it down. They accuse us of waste, they accuse us of debt, but they do nothing but smear, and they clearly have absolutely no idea. Let me be transparent and correct yet another lie from all of those on the other side of the chambers. We have spent only £29,000 on delivering a business case to support the Basildon Arena. Yeah. 29,000. This will help us to secure the investment and shows everybody how serious we really are. We're not wasting a penny, and we're working hard, getting the investment and delivering.
Where's your budget?
97. God, you just add zeros, don't you? You're absolutely ridiculous. They call it vanity. We call it ambition. We're creating a town centre, a place for people to come together, socialise, feel safe, and with public realm upgrades, a live lounge, podcast studios, and most importantly, an actual plan. We've said it already tonight. We will deliver regeneration across the whole borough with a master plan underway for Pitsea alongside the new CDC, and we'll be launching a master plan for Wickford, a town that has suffered with poor decision making and a lack of action from previous administrations. The Wickford Co-op is under CPO, and we will deliver the Waitrose the residents need and deserve. And finally, in Laindon, the shopping centre is happening with the new Lidl opening in a matter of weeks. This is a sign that across the borough we are finally delivering what our residents really want. We continue to back local businesses that make our borough the largest economy in Essex. The businesses that tirelessly support the success of this borough, and we have seen so much good faith from, supporting local people into work, donating gifts and Easter eggs and taking part in large skills shows to support the next generation. We're a borough that's growing, evolving and changing. With the launch of the Basildon construction site and the physical site set to open this spring in the town centre. So while they're proposing to pay for 2 students' debts, we will train hundreds of local people into jobs for life. We will also support Operation New Start, Men Matters and all of our dedicated forums for women's safety, youth and SEND with dedicated programmes to access new skills and opportunities, and it doesn't just stop with construction. Tonight, I'm announcing the Basildon Healthcare Academy. We'll be working with partners across the NHS and our new hospital in the town centre, as well as the CDCs and new healthcare services to ensure our local people are at the heart of our healthcare and in the jobs that we celebrated so much just a few years ago. We continue to support our businesses through the Elevate Basildon Business Programme and the ever-growing list of businesses being part of the Basildon Business Leaders, including supporting our own Basildon tractors, finally being used in-house with the move... And with the move of our property maintenance, we will seek local businesses to work alongside us. Pathways continues to go from strength to strength, with plans to deliver even more careers fairs, local jobs and support those that want to upskill or change career. We will deliver another record-breaking skills show, and I'm committed to the next generation of this borough. This administration is building their homes, creating their opportunities and actually believes in their futures. And tonight I want to put on record my thanks to the Planning, Regeneration, Economic Development team and all the officers that it takes to make this happen. A few across this chamber need to be reminded, many of the officers that work tirelessly in this building are your residents, are your neighbours and are your families. And that needs to be remembered. This is a budget we can get behind, fair, ambitious and actually delivering for Basildon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Power. Councillor McGeorge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to pick this up here. This budget is careful, responsible and focused on supporting the well-being of our residents. We are protecting the services that help people live healthier, safer lives. We've got cleaner streets, weekly bin collections, safer neighbourhoods and support for our most vulnerable residents. Things that are vital to communities as they directly affect people's physical and mental health and how safe and supported they feel in their communities. This budget recognises the strong link between housing and health. It invests in homelessness prevention and in delivering new homes, including reducing temporary accommodation. By reducing the use of unsuitable and costly placements, we can improve stability for families and individuals, which leads to better health outcomes and reduce pressure on other public services. We are also supporting healthier communities through investment in regeneration and local environments, improving town centres, public spaces and local infrastructure. This helps people stay active, connected and proud of where they live. As Councillor Power has just announced, we're launching the Basildon Health Academy to help train the next generation of nurses and health professionals. Men Matters will include specialised men's mental health support. The new health hub in the former Debenham store will open later this year and the Pixie CDC is due to open in spring next year. These facilities will help cut waiting lists and bring diagnostics and appointments closer to residents, improving early diagnosis and prevention. Taken together, this budget demonstrates that health is not treated as a standalone issue. It runs through everything that we're doing, from housing and regeneration to street cleaning and community safety. We're supporting healthier communities, building key services and planning responsibly for the future of Basildon. So for those reasons, I'm pleased to support this budget.
Councillor McGeorge. Councillor Mrs Callaghan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support this budget because it invests where the need is real. The data across Basildon makes it clear. Nationally, domestic abuse and violence against women and girls remain amongst the most prevalent crimes in the country, and our borough is not immune. Essex police data shows that violence and sexual offences here peaked at over 9,000 in the years 2021 and 2022, and was still at over 7,000 last year. And in last December alone, more than 300 violent and sexual offences were recorded across our borough. Behind every one of those numbers is a woman living with coercion, a girl facing harassment, and a family experiencing abuse behind closed doors. When you break it down ward by ward, Frians, Laindon Park, Pitsea, St Martin's, Billericay and Wickford, this is not someone else's problems. These are our communities, and these are our women and girls. And that's why investment in the safety of women and girls in this budget is essential. And that's why I'm proud that this budget backs that commitment with real funding, because prevention matters and safe spaces matter. And that's why the £45,000 investment in Make Space for Girls matters. It matters to the brave, creative and compassionate young girls who shared their vision of what a safe and welcoming town centre would look like during their presentation to the council last month. We promised them that night that we would help make their vision a reality, and this commitment shows them that we mean it. The £25,000 Fight Back Fund, delivered through the Women's Forum, will also make a real difference to women facing devastating experiences in this borough. Whether that means helping someone access free legal advice when a financially abusive partner drags them through the courts, whether it means supporting a woman to travel safely away from an abuser, or whether it means funding access to education, confidence building and empowerment, the power of this fund is that women will be able to use it for what they need. And the fact that women still need this support in 2026 should trouble every single one of us. I'm also delighted that funding for the Pitsea Area Committee will be protected for the next 4 years. I'm proud of what the Area Committee makes possible for community groups, charities and families, and I want to highlight one example that shows exactly why it matters. The memorial bench for Roman and Darcy Castledon is a small but powerful reminder of what community funding makes possible. On the green in Little Searles, it will offer comfort to a grieving family, and that was made possible because this council backed its area committee. It is no longer a pipe dream, and it's no longer just a picture on a page. The Pitsea Community Diagnostic Centre is fully funded through this budget. It will mean that residents who need diagnostic healthcare will not have to face expensive, stressful and difficult journeys. Care will be closer to home on their doorstep. This is a balanced budget. In the report's own words, it is a solid budget. It is a robust budget. It shows that where other councils cut back, Basildon Council steps up. While other councils move to 3 weekly collections in their bins and even flirt with the idea of monthly bin collections, Basildon still delivers weekly collections because high standards matter. And it's a budget that rightly freezes council tax. While Essex today raised theirs by 3.95% and told residents that they should be grateful that it wasn't even higher. But we cannot ignore the reality that there are still thousands of temporary accommodation families in this borough, with 131,000 families in TA across the country as we speak. Not because they have failed, but because they have been failed. Failed by economic chaos that sent mortgages and rents soaring, not naming any names. Failed by a private rental market that pushes families out for profit, and failed by most of all years of underinvestment in social housing. And that's why I'm so glad this budget shields the taxpayer from spiralling temporary accommodation costs and commits to real long-term solutions, including a record £43 million into council housing repairs. Which is desperately needed after the chaos of 10 years of the Morgan Sindall contract. We have built hundreds of council homes and we will build more next year. The previous administration built none, Mr. Mayor. And we are finally seeing proper investment into Basildon, £40 million over 10 years through the Pride of Place Fund and £16 million through fair funding. This government is distributing resources more fairly from the few to the many. The opposition can whine all they like, but nothing they are posting on social media is actually reflected in this budget. Despite what's being posted online, this council is not drowning in £803 million of reckless debt. Our borrowing is backed by strong income-generating assets, and our debt position has improved by over £10 million. There's no danger of a Section 114 notice. We can leave that to reform-led Worcestershire County Council. And their £33.6 million funding gap and maximum tax increase.
9%.
Wow. Wow. Shocker.
Shame. Coming to Essex.
This budget is about strengthening our standing. It's about fairness. It's about justice. Justice for women and girls, justice for families stuck in temporary accommodation, and justice for Basildon residents who want to see their town thrive, again, through a serious capital and investment programme. So if you don't want better for your community, don't vote for this budget. If you're happy for Basildon to stay stuck and to keep being smeared as the second worst place in the country by the Daily Tory graph, then vote against it.
There's another one coming. Trust me, there's another one coming.
Yeah, Ip's our apology, mate.
We're getting our apology. You can't blame us for the fortnightly bins.
Thank you, thank you.
I was going to say one more thing, Mr. Mayor. If you oppose it, do bring an alternative. Don't do what Basildon Reform have done tonight on their first ever council budget meeting ever in Essex and in Basildon, and oppose and even turn up. Blame the weather, blame the officers, blame corruption.
Didn't even show up.
Thank you, can you wind up now, thank you.
If you believe that Basildon deserves stability, fairness and progress, then back this administration's budget. Thank you.
Councillor Myers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to go back on to respond to one of Councillor Callaghan's points in his opening speech about the Wickford Co-op site. Is he aware there's a meeting between Christine Lyons, Executive Director of Basildon Borough Council, and Anthony Jeff Herriot, Finance Director, Herriot's Finance Director in Mark Francois MP's office in Westminster on Thursday the 5th of February? Herriot made it explicitly clear that they would fight any CPO attempt, and I quote, tooth and nail in the courts. From some experience in the past, such a court case, if vigorously opposed, could take between 1 and 2 years, and if this council lost, could also be potentially liable for costs, probably between £250,000 and £500,000, depending on how long this takes. Even if the council won, it would then take around a further year to get it to be built, which means that the residents of Wickford, my residents, Councillor Jeffrey's residents, would potentially be without a store for 3 more years. This is why, at that meeting, on the 5th of February, Christine Lyons agreed to drop the CPO and instead enter negotiations with Herriot on a joint approach to any proposed supermarket group, including Waitrose. So why, as a Labour leader, earlier reneged on a commitment by both Herriot and the council's executive director and the MP for Raleigh and Wickford just a week ago? Do they not talk to each other? Wickford needs a supermarket, Wickford deserves a supermarket, and further court action will only exacerbate that problem. Let the negotiations happen as planned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think just on, I'll take the supermarket point first. If that's not true, I think the minutes of that meeting with the Executive Director for Regeneration and the MP should be published. It's just like I'm still waiting for the legal opinion about bringing the cancellation of elections to Cabinet. I'm still waiting for that. So if that's lost in the post, can't blame Raw Mail. You offered to send it to me via my group leader.
Through the chair.
Anyway, so let's just go through. We could email it. So let's just get back to the main item, other than asking for some transparency on the supermarket. So if I take the supermarket first, the initial point about CPOing it, whilst residents want it to be CPO'd, the message that came across to me was actually residents don't trust Labour to deliver it. They simply don't. One message came through and said, Or if they deliver it, what are they going to do? Just put more flats on it? That's the honest feedback from Whitford that I've had just tonight. And how, if it sits out there longer, what will the response be? Now, let's just go back to the opposition budget just slightly. If we look at the free car parking proposed by my colleagues, we're saying 4 hours free, but is it 4 hours as it currently stands, or is it the model that's actually more preferred, which is 4 hours from arrival? Because we actually should be supporting our high streets and our town centres as we proposed with Basildon. Now, let's just look at another point in the opposition budget that was voted down, particularly with the review of the planning department. If we take a look at the planning department, we've got issues with infrastructure across the borough, and particularly if we look at enforcement against unauthorised development. And that's actually, this review, as astutely pointed out by Councillor Turner in this, is that we have to restore confidence. It has taken a hit, and I'm not inferring anything, but we need to restore confidence that whatever happens, whether on infrastructure or unauthorised development, that enforcement is timely and swift and robust. Now, let's just look at one other thing. We're saying that this budget from the Labour bench is a vision for the future, but who voted for the 3,500 seat arena? Nobody in my ward did. Nobody in Wickford did, nor Biddericke or Basildon.
Sorry, mate.
So,
you look stumped.
yeah, thank you.
It's called a manifesto.
Well, as I say, you can say that. Hey, if we say that, just look at Stummer. What did he promise, taking the winter fuel allowance away? Was that in his manifesto? No. So if we look at it, if Councillor Turner has rightly pointed out again, if you keep heckling, but the... No, I think it's... I think... Yeah. So, one other point. Councillor Turner said this accurately. If the margin is 124,000, what happens to the rental market if Labour crashes it? We're going to catch a very steep financial cost, and we're going to have to do a fire sale on these assets anyway. So what is the point? We have to care for the taxpayers' money. What are we actually leaving? As Councillor Turner said, we're just leaving a debt mountain for the unitary authority for whoever, and for whatever option comes up. So again, just to reiterate, please, if this is not true, please publish the minutes of the meeting, and actually from... Now anyway, long story short, please publish the minutes from the meeting held on the 5th of February to actually see what agreement was made, because residents don't actually trust Labour to deliver anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Tonight, this borough has been presented with a vision that rebuilds that commitment that the Labour government made in 1945 when we created the borough 77 years ago on a promise of supporting our communities, standing up for ambition and aspiration across our borough. The very same guiding principles that were true 77 years ago that we hold true to us now in the work that we are doing day in, day out to serve our residents. Mr Mayor, over the last 2 years, I've been proud to be part of an administration that has focused and delivered on the people's priorities. We've fixed the bins, we've turned on the streetlights, we've regenerated our town centres, we've built homes, and we've stood up for Basildon. Mr Mayor, I will never forget the sight of a video of a man standing in Tunbridge Wells a few years ago boasting about taking money from areas and communities that needed it and funding it to areas that didn't, to fund their election pledges to stand for the leadership of the Tory party. Today, we have a leader that has stood up for Basildon, a leader that has delivered a fair funding formula that is actually fair, a leader that has lobbied government and made sure that the Basildon story is at the centre of their plans in being able to redistribute funds to this borough that needs it. But it doesn't just stop there. The fair funding deliver real change to our residents, and the Pride in Place funds will allow our residents to take pride in the communities that they live, with £40 million of investment over the next 10 years. with residents at the heart of the decisions that are being made. When I was last in opposition, I asked the leader of the council at the time and every single cabinet member, when they dreamt of that term levelling up, what conversations they'd had with government, what actions they were taking to ensure levelling up funds were coming to Basildon. The truth is, none of them had a seat at the table, none of them went to Westminster, none of them spoke to their MPs, none of them spoke to the government, and nothing got delivered. Mr Mayor, this is what happens when you have a leader of the council that is ambitious for this council, a Labour leader of this council that is ambitious for our residents, and a Labour government that is focused on delivering the people's priorities. And this is a budget that delivers for residents across our borough. Within my own portfolio, I'm absolutely delighted by our commitment for £500,000 for our area committees, giving all 42 members of this council a real stake in the future of this borough, a real ability to make decisions that affect their residents in the wards that they were elected to serve. No longer able to carp from the sidelines, no longer able to make pointless statements, but with the ability to make decisions that affect their residents if they actually choose to stand up for them. Hundreds of thousands of pounds over the last 2 years being given to community-led organisations that deliver real work on the ground, whether that's in youth services, whether that's in facility enhancements, whether that's in the street scene improvements. Real change that our residents are able to see. And while I talk about facility enhancements, let me talk about the work that we've delivered over the last 2 years. Mopsy's Park tennis courts, reinvested in by this administration. Lake Meadows tennis courts, reinvested by this administration. Whitmore Park, reinvested by this administration. Wick Country Park, the Paddocks, Pitsea. This administration is focused on presenting and producing an area that our residents can be proud of.
And the pavilion.
And the Langdon Hills Pavilion. All seeing an uplift and improvements because this administration cares about the residents of this borough. Mr Mayor, I'm also delighted to be able to say tonight that the summer of sport is back. Last summer we capitalised on the unique opportunity of our championship-winning Lionesses, our championship-winning Red Roses, being able to prioritise and put forward opportunities for women and girls to play sport across this borough. We delivered the half marathon, enjoyed by everybody, supported by the community, enjoyed by everybody apart from mile 11. Let's talk about that another story. The Arts Council believing in Basildon once again. But more importantly, this is a borough that sets the tone for the future and the next chapter of the Basildon story. The Leader of the Opposition stood up tonight and said that we have the opportunity to set the tone and a vision for what we want to see for the future of this borough. And we're right. We've focused on those priorities. The future of children's services, the future of adult social care, supporting our veterans, supporting our residents with getting a step on the housing ladder, delivering for the residents of this borough as we face the future. We have the opportunity to reshape youth services. After 14 years of Conservative cuts, we have the opportunity to rebuild youth services, giving young people the real opportunities that they need and deserve, giving them hope, inspiration and opportunity. We have the opportunity to rebuild our crumbling SEND support services, being able to support our parents with the work that Councillor Callaghan is doing, launching the SEND Parents Forum, learning from them and putting in place measures that will support our families across this borough. Mr Mayor, this is a budget that delivers for our residents. This is a budget that builds a better Basildon, a borough that people can be proud to call home, a borough that sets people up for future success, and a borough that delivers it. And it's this administration and this budget that I'm proud to support. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Blake.
I was a bit worried there. I thought he was going to have a heart attack. So enthusiastic there. I hope he was enthusiastic when Arsenal win the championship. So when they do it, and I generally mean that, rather than Sunderland. Set the tone. Let's get to this set the tone art. Yeah, at the moment, dog bins being taken away on a regular basis, waiting months for answers from the cabinet member. Waste bins overflowing on a regular basis. Again, an issue there. And going back on your own manifesto. We've just heard how you stuck by your manifesto and we should listen to what you've done. It was you that said that you was going to reduce the waste bins, green bins, to £25 and freeze it for 5 years. You didn't. You didn't.
Shame.
We will. Okay. The leader also said that we would introduce picnic in the park. I'm afraid you're about 15 years too late. That was introduced by myself about 15 years ago, as I say. It was very, very successful as well. But one of the issues that I wish to raise tonight, I've got quite a good relationship with Councillor Callahan. I think we get on reasonably well. And he stood there and slaughtered me many a time over the bins and all, and I've not really come back with any of it. But he has said something tonight which I have to challenge, and that is, he made the comment, actually I'll go right from the beginning. Just want to reassure people that something that Councillor McGowan said, insinuating he had seen our DBS checks, is actually wrong. It didn't happen, it is a lie. Okay? Now, he had to take that down, quite rightly so, because the monitoring officers told him that's wrong, you take it down. Thank you. It's because it was brought up as a DBS check. Nothing about a DBS check. We're talking about
Thank
DBS
you,
check.
Councillor Blake. If you could stick to the point of the budget, that would be fantastic.
With respect, Mayor, it was actually mentioned by the leader about the DBS check, so that was to do with the budget. That's to do with the budget. So I feel I've got to need to say that. So I just want to say something that the leader said tonight, that the residents out there, the members of the public, will have the right to see our DBS checks. That's what he said. That is just not true. I checked with the monitor officer tonight and listened to what was said, and that is an out-and-out lie. Absolutely no member of the public, in fact, no councillors will be entitled to see the DBS checks. That is what I've been told by the monitor officer tonight, having listened to the playback of what your video was. And you clearly said that residents will be able to see it. That is an out-and-out lie. Now, if you've lied about that, if you have lied about that, then what else are you lying about in this budget? That's the concern. That's the concern I have. So listen to the public out there. You have been told tonight you can see our DBS thing. Absolute lies. Now, what else are we lying about? Something so minor like that. I'll wait for you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we have an orderly debate here? We're not children in a playground. We are elected representatives of the council. Councillor Blake.
Thank you, Mayor. I've obviously touched a nerve for some reason. There you go. And just the other thing, the fact you all believe in the power of the council and the regeneration and whatnot. We've been reminded already today, you didn't want the sporting village. Thankfully, you did actually, a leader at the time, it was Linda Gordon, actually had the balls to turn around and say, we actually got it wrong. It was the right thing to do. So fair play to her indeed. And again, we've had the cinema that you didn't want. You was going to shut. The day you got elected, you was going to shut. It didn't happen. You lied about that. What else are you lying about? I have to challenge it. So the people out there, just listen. They've already been caught with lying here. How many other things are they lying about? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Callahan, you can wind up for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I will try and do this in reverse order. Do you know what? I love budget night. I really do, because when it comes to the budget, you can't... I'll get to that, don't you worry. Because on the budget night, they can't argue with the numbers that are in the budget book and in front of them. And what you've just heard there from Councillor Blake, they've not a single argument left to make here this evening. I'm very clear, and we are on this side of the chamber. We will offer the public the chance to see our DBS checks. And if you on that side of the chamber don't want to do that, then you will be held to account by the public for that admission. It's not a smart position to take, Councillor Blake. It's not a smart position to take. He basically said nothing about the budget.
Yeah, can I challenge that? That's insinuating that I've got something. I just want to put it on record. I have got nothing whatsoever to hide in my DBS.
Thank you. No, thank you.
I think the monitoring officer needs to clear this up. They've monitoring. yes. You keep pressing the button. The modelling officer needs to clarify this. All 42 councillors have submitted their DBSs. Have they not, James? Yes.
He's not.
Why are we doing this?
He's not.
He's
He's not.
You have to have a point of
Right.
order.
Thank you. Councillor Callahan, you may continue.
Now who's touched the nerve? Councillor Ferguson could generate electricity with his speeches, and he is absolutely right to talk about the Pride in Place programme and all of the investments we've made in Mopsy's Park, Paddocks, Lake Meadows and Pavilion. But above all else, it is about ambition, and that is what is in our borough, in our budget tonight. Now, Mr. Mayor, misery loves company, and Councillor Myers and Jeffries were together talking about Wickford. I have to say, they're talking about how we're going to somehow crash the economy. Just to remind people, we've had 6 consecutive interest rate cuts. Inflation is falling. And the British economy grew in the last quarter as well. He says I need to publish the minutes. I don't need to publish any minutes. If I, as the leader of the council, say that we're CPOing the site, we're going to go and CPO that site. And that's the difference. I lead this council. They wait to be led by officers when they're in charge. And of course, what we've seen tonight is the biggest investment announced for Wickford for a generation. The fact that we are actually working behind the scenes to get the likes of Waitrose into Wickford. So what did they have to do in the break? They had to scrabble around to try and find a way to oppose what's good news for Wickford. They are serially trying to hold back the town of Wickford. They talk about CPOs and all the rest of it. Of course, the Heriots are not going to want a CPO. They would lose millions of pounds if that was to happen. But our job isn't to protect Heriots' millions of pounds. Our job is to get the best deal for the taxpayer and the people of Wickford. That should be an obvious point to a councillor, lost on our friends from Wickford over there. Mr. Mayor, Councillor Emma Callahan was absolutely right that high standards matter. It's something that they don't have on those benches opposite. And also right to mention how the area committees continue to invest in projects locally that are making a big difference. I agree with Councillor McGeorge that what we have seen in our budget tonight is the foundations of early diagnosis and prevention in so many different areas. Something, by the way, badly missing in the Essex County Council budget today when they were cutting things like library services and others. They may have subsequently had to have done a U-turn on that. Councillor Power was right to talk about the regeneration and also the difference between how we are investing in vocational training if they want to invest in academic training, but we're going to end up with around a 100-to-1 ratio in terms of the people we're supporting versus the people that they are supporting. And of course, it is also a real positive that New Holland will be part of the grounds maintenance service. Councillor Turner was next, and he, I think he's losing it. And that's a real shame, because he used to come into this chamber and it used to be good sport, but now he looks like the guy who hasn't led a council for 9 years, and it's coming across. Because, let's be clear about it, SIPFA, as part of the business case review that we all had to go through when we were submitting the business cases for LGR, SIPFA, who are the government's independent regulator for council finances, had to undertake a review of every council in Essex finances and debt position. They undertook a review of Basildon, and what did they conclude? They concluded that there was not a single red flag and that all of our assets are underpinned by all of our debts are underpinned by first-class assets. Exactly. They are all generating an above-yield profit for this council. And as we've heard tonight, they simply cannot tell us if they went on a fire sale, which was a bad idea, if they went on a fire sale of our assets, what they would be able to do with it. He talks about the sporting village. Of course, no councillor in this chamber benefited more from the building on Gloucester Park than Councillor Turner when it came to the sporting village. Okay? And now, he looks dumbfounded. And Councillor Genet looks dumbfounded. I can't wait for that one to appear on the leaflets. Mr. Mayor, the other part that we should address, and I wait to hear the indignation that comes my way here.
This borough has always seen London move east. I am a product of it. I came from the London borough of Barking and Dagenham. So many people did. It just appears when he talks about Sadiq Khan and he blows the whistle, he just seems to have a problem if the people moving east are black or brown. Yeah. And that's the dog whistle that he continuously blows on social media and again in this chamber tonight. And they might try with the faux indignation, but we know exactly what they're trying to do with it. It is the cheapest dog whistle to blow, and they are in big trouble if they think that that is going to work with our public. I might be getting the order slightly wrong here. Councillor Brockman talked about rents, but I just gently point out tenant rents has nothing to do with the general fund budget. So if you increase rents, you're not doing anything to the general fund budget. The accountancy here, being able to separate the HRA and the general fund, councillors really should come to the chamber with that understanding when we're talking about rents. She talked about the cost of security. I don't think we should ever put the lives of our officers or our members or the safety of their families or anyone else in danger if there is a credible threat to their to those members. You will not be in pursuit, I accept, of all of the information that the Chief Executive or myself or others are in pursuit of in relation to threats. But we will spend money where is necessary to keep all 42 councillors and officers safe in the working environment, and that is the right thing to do, and we should all support them. And let me just say, in terms of Wickford, Mr. Mayor, we're delivering a Waitrose. We're turning the old police station into a town hall and museum. We've put every street light on every road in Wickford. We're collecting every one of the back bins every week. We're offering free car parking for 4 hours. We've frozen the council tax of every single house. And we're upgrading the Wick Country Park play equipment. If you can't vote for this budget as a Wickford councillor, there will never be a budget you can vote for. And Mr. Mayor, Councillor Joseph was absolutely right to talk about the Fight Back Fund and dignity in action and that investment being vital. Councillor Smith was right to talk about the streetlights and, of course, about Worcestershire County Council being the reform council that's raised council tax the most, and about going after the pigeons in Basildon Town Centre as well. Councillor Genet was next, and there was some interesting arguments made. He wasn't able to answer a single question about how he would pay for any of the things that he is advocating. It's not lost on me, Mr. Mayor, that if any councillor had actually bothered to read the budget book tonight, they would have been able to see that there was £1.1 million in here to play with for councillors to spend on items that were of importance to them. I didn't mention until I got here tonight how I was allocating that money. I just left the envelope there. So councillors could have, if they wanted to, have come here tonight and depicted how they were going to go about spending that money. He said that there was going to be a 170% increase in parks. I don't know what that means. Perhaps he means investment in our parks. Investment in parks is a good thing. He then said that we're spending £250,000 on translation services. Now, he knows, because he was sent an email about this, that the actual figure for translation services, Mr. Mayor, that the council spent last year was £8,787. Now, in fairness to him, he is new, right? And in fairness to him, he hasn't quite got his doggy unit or his doge unit, whatever they call it at Reform, up and running. But he was only £237,000 out in his calculations. There's still time. I'm sure he will get better at numbers. We might even invest in a calculator to go with the meta glasses as well. If he gets himself to cash converters, he might be able to pick up another calculator as well. But that's a 41% decrease this year, in our first full year, in translation services against the translation services in the Tories last year as well. So we're seeing a reduction, not an increase in the spending in translation services. I know that doesn't fit the reform narrative, but I think that that is important. He talked about a £45,000 social monitoring tool, social media monitoring. I appreciate, Mr. Mayor, I am getting there. There were so many contributions and they were all wonderful that I want to get to all of them. the social media monitoring tool, let's just understand what that is. That is about this council being able to engage with our residents effectively and quickly on social media. This is 2026, right? That's what every council and every public sector agency does, right? They all look at how they can engage quicker, how they can monitor sentiment, how they can ensure that when, for example, we ever ended up with a bin change, the likes of which Councillor Blake introduced, all of that flurry of activity into the contact centre, that could have been dealt with in a much smarter, quicker way so residents get responses quicker. That's what it is. It's also, by the way, not £45,000, it's £25,000, but don't let that get in the way. Mr Mayor, on Sunday, Councillor Genet was telling everybody we were going to be bankrupt by January. Tonight, he was telling us we can cut the council tax by 5%. That's a hell of a turnaround in 5 days, Mr Mayor. We've gone from bankruptcy in 114s to a 5% cut in the council tax 5 days later. Maybe he's voting Labour at the next general election because we're putting that much money into it. I mean, that was entertaining. Councillor Barnes, I will deal with the last one, Mr Mayor, as I say. Councillor Barnes talked about an opportunity missed. I went through, in response to the alternative budget, how he didn't have anything to say about the substantive issues, and I do feel for him. He has plastered all over social media for the last week his intentions in his alternative budget, and then he got here tonight and realised we were paying for most of it anyway, so he didn't need to move an alternative budget, so they scrabbled around and tried to think of something else to come up with in the break. But he also talked about how information is all about how it's presented. Yes, that is true. That is a statement of the obvious. And we are presenting a budget tonight that is for all 5 towns of the borough. Every single town, from Billericay to Pitsea, Wickford to Langdon Hills, from Langdon to Basildon. Every single part of this borough benefits from the budget that we are putting forward. He didn't talk about temporary accommodation in his alternative budget. Temporary accommodation remains a challenge. But we also said, and I said this at Overview and Scrutiny, which again, he didn't ask me any questions at Overview and Scrutiny about this, but I mentioned at Overview and Scrutiny that in respect of temporary accommodation, I think Councillor Genet thinks there's another vicar in the back there that you can hang with. So there we go. Pay attention, listen to me, you might learn something about the numbers. Right? I always said the temporary accommodation numbers were always going to be difficult this year because this is the year where you keep heckling me, Councillor. Councillor, you keep listening to me. I'm not, Councillor, I know you've been found guilty of verbally abusing a disabled man.
Councillor, thank you.
Point of order, Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
23A, impugning a member. I have not been found guilty of anything. I have not been found guilty of anything, Mr Mayor. No, I have not. And if you're...
Right. Thank you. You've raised a point of order. I'll discuss it with the monitoring officer. Thank you. Thank you. 23A, there was no breach. Councillor Callaghan, please carry on.
It's called facts.
Almost disappointed. Thank you, Mr Mayor. coming back to Councillor Barnes' contribution all that time ago, he said that what he heard from us was the same old promises. It's true. It's the same old promise to deliver, to deliver, to deliver, to deliver. And we keep doing it for the people of Basildon. He mentioned that we never had anything in our budget about support for businesses. Of course we did with the car parking. He wants me to be the Chancellor of the Exchequer. I'm not. I have no power over national insurance or business rates. That's done by the Valuation Office, not by the Council. So I can't help him there. But what we can do is, as I've said, move forward with the support for free car parking. He talked about, this I have to say, Mr Mayor, and I will conclude. This is one of those moments where you think they're either not listening or they are deliberately trying to be mendacious. He said in his in his contribution, that in order for regeneration to happen, this council needs to start working with the private sector.
So you're not with it?
Right? In the last 12 months, the private sector has invested £172 million into regeneration in Basildon. That same investment partner wants to talk to us about investing a similar amount of money. They are queuing up to invest in Basildon. The private sector wants to do work with us. Your argument has no weight. Mr Mayor, I have said already this evening, SIPFA, the independent regulator, has examined this council's debt level. They are nowhere near the numbers that they quote on social media. You can see in the budget report tonight, you can see in what we are seeking to do. We're going to prioritise men to help get mental health support to those guys. We're prioritising our veterans. We're prioritising this borough, all 5 towns of this borough, and I urge all members to vote for it.
Thank you. At the end of the debate, a vote is needed. The vote is on the recommendations are item 7 on pages 32 and 33 of the agenda, and it will be taken with the inclusion of the revised recommendation detailed within page 2 of the addendum published yesterday. All those in favour, please show. All those against? Abstentions? Okay, that budget has been carried. Thank you. Move on to item number 8, the appointment of the Section 151 Chief Financial Officer. I call upon Councillor Callaghan to present the report. You have up to 10 minutes and do not require a seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm not sure that the Chamber's heard enough from me this evening. I don't intend to detain the Council for very long. We heard earlier on some quite disparaging remarks from Councillor Genet about the way in which we are going about appointments. I just want to put on record before I go into the detail of this report. When the Council is appointing a director, an executive director at this level, the Council goes through a rigorous recruitment process using recruitment agencies like Gatesby and Sanderson, Tile Hill, Penner, lots of those reputable companies. They then go on. Am I wearing a dog collar? Right? I thought I was wearing a tie. Right? Right? We go through rigorous recruitment process, competency testing. They have external panels, and then all of those appointments come to a panel meeting that consists of 1 Labour member, 1 independent member, 1 Conservative member, and a member of the Wickford Independents. That panel then votes and decides on whether or not that member of staff is appointed or not. If the panel does not vote for them, they don't get appointed. There has been many times, Mr Mayor, where the panel has decided not to take forward a recommendation or to not appoint altogether. And on here, you won't hear me do this often, I give Councillor Baggott some praise that when he was the leader of the opposition, he engaged in that process respectfully and he engaged in that process considerately.
As did Kev.
Councillor Barnes has decided, I nearly said Councillor Turner, that'll be next year. I said Councillor Barnes, however, he has chosen deliberately not to take part in the appointments process. That is a dereliction of duty, right? And from a sedentary position, he is naming council officers. He is learning nothing. He is learning nothing. No, he's not an ex-council officer. He's an existing council officer. So behave yourself, because the legal bill is getting higher and higher and higher. Right?
Thank you.
Thank
you,
you,
councillors.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Callaghan. We'll allow Councillor Callaghan to finish his speech in peace. Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, when we put forward, and I hope that
Did you hear what he
the
just
monitoring officers and others were
Just noted
listening
that.
to what was just said there, because that will be picked up and sent to standards. Again, Mr. Mayor, the appointment tonight is for a Section 151 officer. That 151 officer went through that recruitment process and was appointed by a panel of members. I was not on that panel. Councillor Brown, I think. Yep, Councillor Brown was chairing that particular meeting. I want to put on record my thanks to Miss Tina French. When Tina joined the council, she was not expecting within a matter of weeks to be the interim 151 officer. But she has done an amazing job for the council alongside her staff, and we are all grateful to her for it. Miss French will continue as the deputy 151 officer when we've even got musical accompaniment for this item. That's a fine, by the way. Tim Sands will be joining the council as a 151, and I hope that members will feel able to support this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. I should have said to everyone at the beginning, make sure your phones are off. Right at the end, make sure your phones are off. Dereliction of duty. Right, okay. The matter is now open for debate. There being no speakers, I put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Abstentions? Thank you, that is carried. Moving on to item number 9, there are no emergency notices of motion. This concludes the meeting. Please have a safe journey home, everyone.
We've just set the Basildon Council budget for 2026. Here's what's in it. This year, we're going further and faster in delivering on the people's priorities, hand in hand with a government that has finally recognised the needs of our borough and funded us to make delivery a reality. Once again, this is a budget for believers, not doomsters. There will always be people, on social media particularly, there will always be the same people who tell you investment in Basildon can't be done, that we're not worth it, that prosperity and excitement belong to other people in other towns, and that here in Basildon we should just accept the managed decline of the last 25 years. I have never subscribed to that view, and I never will. And that's why the budget we've just passed is more ambitious for Basildon than at any time for generations. Since we returned to office, you have told us loud and clear that you want our town centres fixed, and we are doing exactly that. I love our borough, and I believe in Basildon, and so now do investors. You see, the change we've waited for is finally being delivered. Over the next 12 months, we will see the new Lidl open in Leindon, marking the first time the Leindon shopping centre has seen regeneration delivered in 30 years. The Pitsea Master Plan is now set to get underway. The Wickford Master Plan is about to launch. We are working with Wickford Town Council to convert the old police station into a proper Wickford Town Hall and museum. And we are finally ending the dramas around the old Wickford Co-op, taking control of the site through a CPO and delivering the supermarket that residents have waited for years. In Basildon Town Centre, we will see the hospital open in the East Gate, demolition begin on the West Gate, plans for an arena submitted, new life breathed back into the old M&S, and a comedy club, live lounge, podcast studio and boxing venue all return to the town centre. Basildon is improving fast and the professional cynics are running out of script. We're turning boarded up buildings into jobs, venues and life. For the first time in decades, Basildon is getting its confidence back. And it's not just in regeneration where we're motoring. We're also building homes, and we're building them for local Basildon people. Last year, we passed planning permission for over 2,000 brand new homes in this borough, with hundreds set to be affordable homes for Basildon first-time buyers. This year, we've completed close to 300 brand new council homes, and in the budget, I announced plans to go further again next year, building and acquiring a further 412 council homes. If backed by the government, I have submitted a plan to build 4,200 new council homes over the next 10 years, which will completely wipe the existing council house waiting list. And whether it is for rent or for sale, I want these new homes to be for Basildon people. People who grew up here, who work here, have family here, are invested in this place, and who deserve the chance to build their life here. It is also why we continue to protect this borough from London councils buying up our properties, turning them into flats and housing their people here. It is why we secured the Westgate, Acorn House, Southgate House, Kelting House, Northgate House and the Eastgate Business Park. I won't mess about when it comes to showing London that Basildon is no longer the pushover it once was. We're taking community safety seriously too. We've invested in new community safety wardens in the town centres of Basildon and in Wickford. We turned the streetlights back on and they will stay on this year as well. But we also know we have a very serious issue in this borough. Women and girls do not feel safe visiting our town centres at night, and that is unacceptable. So through the Women's Forum and Make Space for Girls projects, we are investing in upgrading the street lighting, into better wayfinding and into stronger action to tackle violence against women and girls. With this budget, the streetlights stay on, wardens will stay visible, and safety stays as a non-negotiable. We're also backing the businesses that keep our economy moving. We're investing in the Basildon Construction Academy, training the next generation of Basildons, Brickies, Chippies and Sparkies, and with the housing and regeneration in this borough, giving those people a job for life. And we're supporting our town centres directly. Thanks to the improved funding by the new government, we are providing 4 hours free car parking across all Basildon Council controlled car parks in Billericay, Wickford and yes, Basildon as well, every Saturday and Sunday. We brought back Christmas to Basildon Town Centre and we will fund it for a third year in a row, whilst also extending our events and festival programmes across all of the other towns in our borough. And as we all know by now, the most important thing facing this council is local government reorganisation. This is a once-in-a-generation chance to make sure 100% of your council tax stays here. I have always believed that 100% of our council tax should stay here, and we are going to make it happen, so that you can hold me and your local councillors directly to account for the roads, for the pavements, for the streetlights and the youth services, for the adult social care, for all of the things that Basildon Council wants to get involved in, but currently cannot. Because the two-tier system is economic madness. Millions of pounds wasted every year. 2 sets of councillors, 2 sets of chief executive, duplicated layers of bureaucracy. That waste can be cut out, and that money can go back into rebuilding the frontline services that residents actually want. Basildon has led the way on developing local government reorganisation for Essex, and we have to seize this moment. And there is so much more in this budget as well. We're investing in the extension of the Basildon Sporting Village car park, putting over £1 million into the arts and culture, continuing the Basildon Half Marathon for a second successive year, alongside upgrades to parks and play areas in Wickford, Langdon, Langdon Hills and Pitsea. But critically, this year we are launching 3 brand new but very important initiatives. And I want to start by saying something that doesn't get said enough, and we are going to say it more. In Basildon, men matter. Too many men in our borough are struggling, taking their own lives, watching their worlds fall apart. We should not stand by and watch that talent wasted, not ever. So this year, we are launching 5 new projects to specifically help men across our borough. And they will cover housing, financial support, mental health, and retraining and employment. This borough doesn't give up on its men, and I won't stop until every last bloke in Basildon who needs help gets help. Second, Basildon is a proud armed forces borough. But a proud armed forces borough doesn't just say thank you, it shows it. So I have launched Operation New Start, a modern retraining and reskilling programme for veterans and their families across the borough. This is for people who want new employment opportunities and new pathways to skills and qualifications. Linked to this, we have created a Veterans Advisory Board to support the Cabinet to make decisions that benefit our borough's veterans. This board will crucially help us to finally secure and deliver the war memorial that Basildon Town Centre deserves. Thirdly, there isn't a borough anywhere in Essex expanding NHS healthcare and infrastructure provision as quickly as we are here in Basildon. From the new Eastgate Hospital to the expansion of Basildon Hospital, the £55 million NHS Community Diagnostic Centre in Pitsea, and the developing proposal for a Billericay South Health Hub. So we are going to desperately need more nurses and more NHS support staff. And I want local people at the front of the queue for those jobs. So this year, we are creating the Basildon Health Academy, helping local people get the training and the qualifications they need to fill those jobs coming to our borough. When it comes to men, to veterans and to the NHS, this budget proves one thing: this council has your back. You see, I refuse to spend my life in a doom spiral on social media. I refuse to govern by algorithm. I refuse to mistake likes and shares for leadership, and I refuse to let the terminally online convince you that progress is impossible, or that if progress happens, it must be dodgy because it's too good to be true for a place like Basildon. No. The truth is, Basildon is finally getting what it deserves: investment. And for anyone still saying that Basildon can't attract serious investment, look at this year, where we secured £40 million in the Pride in Place funding, the biggest grant this borough has ever had from any government, showing the credibility of this council to attract funding on this scale. And it will be felt where it matters the most, on the Five Links estate in Lee Chapel North and in Chalverdon over in Pitsea Northwest. After 30 years of being written off, Basildon is waking up and becoming the capital of South Essex again. Because Basildon is brilliant. Every single day, across the 5 towns of our borough, ordinary people are doing extraordinary things. And this budget helps to make the place that we live, work and raise our families even better. We're cleaning up our borough. We are regenerating our town centres, building homes for local Basildon people, making our community safer, backing Basildon businesses and delivering on local government reorganisation. It is all happening because we are listening to you, not the trolls. And before the doomsters start typing, and before I forget, yes, we have frozen the council tax as well. We won't waste your money, and we will not accept the idea that Basildon is somehow unworthy of the investment that other towns in Essex and beyond have received for decades. I won't let Basildon be left behind, and I will fight for you and your families to have a better borough to live in and to be proud of every single day. Your eyes don't lie to you. This borough is done being written off. Basildon is getting better. It's back. And now, more than ever, we need to keep the faith and believe in Basildon.